y'all doing? How y'all doing tonight? I'm just so happy to be here. And I must tell y'all, can y'all hear me clear? Am I too loud? Let me know if I'm too loud or not. Yesterday, we had a good live. I just want to say thank y'all. I really enjoyed my time with y'all. And tonight, I predict we have the same good night at the Messy Sweet Spot. And if it's any. And you know what, Cat? I apologize. Cat, I was supposed to call you, but I done forgot, girl. Okay? I'm going to get it together. If y'all want to reach out to me, you got message, you got drama, you got tea, you want me to cover, look at the top of the screen. Hit me up on IG at TheMessySweetSpot, or you can email me. But I like the IG. It's simple, and I can call you right from the IG. But honey, when I tell you the stuff that I'm hearing, the stuff that I'm saying, it's breaking my heart. And I already knew what was going on. I already knew. I heard the rumors, but I did not want to believe it's true. Girl, Nancy Grace says Diddy is done. Nancy Grace said Diddy is going to jail, y'all. It's just a matter of time, and it's going to happen this year. They are predicted in a couple of months. And I don't know if you guys know, but Cat Williams said at the earlier this year, 2024, everything will be exposed. And honey, everything gonna be exposed. They even saying that the house crash is gonna be 2024. 2024 is a special year. Y'all know we got the election this year. Ooh, girl, 2024, honey, there ain't nothing to play with. You better watch them damn fours. So, honey, ooh, inflation kicking my butt. Are y'all feeling this inflation? Oh, everything just so overpriced. Everything is overpriced, but these hoes, okay? Oh my God, they still selling hair for $20 and $40, okay? Girl, goddamn, I guess the value of hair still haven't gone up because they say it's more competition on the board. Okay, it's too many hoes. Can we decrease the hoes? Okay. Girl, well, let's get talk about this video. They are saying that Little Rod, and you guys know, the feds bust through Diddy house and they took a lot of stuff. They took tapes, they took computers, they took software, they took audio recordings. And you know, Little Rodney, he got a lot of video and audio footage as well. Girl, they are saying they have stumbled up on videotapes of Usher and Justin. Usher and Justin doing compromising thing. And I said, wow, do you really think that Diddy will videotape himself being with Usher? Do you really think that Diddy would videotape himself being with Justin? Do you think that Diddy would videotape Justin and Usher doing something together? Maybe they didn't know they was recorded. I don't know. This is all rumored to be. I can't confirm if it's true, honey, but some tell me it's true because we know that Diddy loved to record himself. We know that Diddy was rubbing his feet with Usher in the bed when he was 14, wrestling in the bed, girl, wrestling in the bed together over some Frosted Flakes, okay, with no shirt on, with just some goddamn tidy whities, a grown man and a 14-year-old boy wrestling in bed with just some tidy whities for some Frosted Flakes. You know that's a damn lie. What were they fighting over? Okay, honey, this is what I think. I think that Usher was trying to get away and Diddy was wrestling and taking his butt to Pound Town. That's what I think it was. And, you know, I think that Diddy, he put something in Usher's cornflakes. He put something in them goddamn milk. And it made Usher feel like he kind of Lulu, like he's not there. And he was wrestling. And Usher don't remember exactly what happened. He just remember waking up at the hospital because Diddy bodyguard said that Usher woke up, girl, at the hospital because his behind was was red. And you know what I mean? Red spotted everywhere. So they have to take him to the hospital, stitch that shit back up. And you know, at 14, I don't think nothing ever went back there. So it was a virgin hole. And that's what they said Diddy loves. He loves virgin hoes. I guess he get power from virgin hoes. That's why he want, even if he gonna deal with a grown man like Cat Williams. A lot of people, and at first I didn't understand it either. I said Cat Williams is ugly as fuck. He is. He's an ugly ass man. Okay, he's short. He's not appealing. He's ugly. And he said that Diddy wanted his hoe, asking him $4 million, kept coming. I'm like, what the hell? What is the attraction? Okay, I'm trying to understand. But see, I can't think like Diddy because we different. Okay, I can't understand. But because I'm assuming Cat has a virgin hoe, and maybe when you're older, shit, do the ass value more when you? Oh, I don't think so. But maybe to Diddy, it does because it's a virgin hoe. And he said that didn't Cat? Well, I'm not making this shit up. I'm gonna ask y'all. Press 1 if Cat Williams said that Diddy kept offering him $4 million to go in his back door. Press 1 if you heard that too. Press 5 if Cat Williams ain't say no shit like that. Honey, that's what Cat Williams said at Club Shay. Okay? I did not understand it for the life of me, but maybe it's a virgin hole ritual they got going on. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people say, well, why can't he just be with a gay man? It's a lot of gay men out here. Maybe because they hole is all blown out. Okay? Shit. Okay? The holes are blown out. He need a virgin hole. A hole that has not been tapped. Okay? A hole that has not been broken into. Maybe that's how he get his superpowers. I don't know. Okay, so honey, I think when he put that shit in Usher cereal, Usher didn't know what was going on. He just remember a little vague. He remember Diddy was trying to choke him and grab him and throw him on the bed. And Diddy gonna put, he gonna fill in the blanks. Talking about, yeah, we was wrestling. So now Usher, he hear what Diddy say. They was wrestling. But I think as Usher grow, he started to have more memory. Like, nah, nigga, we wasn't wrestling. You took my virgin hoe, okay? And probably gave him them goddamn bumps, okay? Because they said afterwards, honey, bumps start coming up, tingling, okay? Burning sensation. And I guess that's why Usher had Let It Burn. Okay, that burning shit, it ain't funny. That shit ain't funny. I can't. Why did he gotta come out with a sound of some Let It Burn? Bitch, it sound like a goddamn commercial for them herps. Okay, let that shit burn. They said it's a burning, tingling sensation. Okay, and it comes when you get stressed out. Okay, you're gonna get an outbreak. So, honey, I don't know what got Diddy stressed out during that time when he had the outbreak, and maybe he didn't know he was about to have an outbreak. Because they say you don't see it. Like they say, when you first contagious, you don't see the shit. It bump up. I don't know afterwards, some shit like that. I don't know. So, honey, they are saying they got video footage of Usher ingesting. I don't know to what degree. I don't know if the video footage, and you can just look this up on Google, and you're going to start seeing articles talking about the judges, the courts have video footage with Justin and Usher in a compromising position. I don't know if it was Justin and Usher together or if it was Diddy with Usher and Diddy with Justin. I don't know. Okay? I don't know. And I don't want to see the fucking tapes. I know a lot of y'all are weird like that. Just like y'all running around trying to look at that Meek Mill's tape. I don't want to see that shit. Why would I want to see that? Just tell me about it. That's enough for me. I'm not that weird where I want to see a man get essayed. I want to see. Why would I want that in my memory bank? But some of y'all real motherfuckers, y'all love to see that shit. Okay? So go and look for it. Maybe it's going to come out in a couple of days, just like the audio with Meek Mills and Diddy that came out. So I'm sure you're gonna hear the Usher and Justin. It's just a matter of time they're gonna have a video surface. Shit, you know how it goes. Okay, and they're talking about Tupac and Biggie. Honey, I promise you, they said that look it up. Okay, I see reporters talking about it. Diddy got video footage of Biggie and Tupac doing some zesty shit too. And I know a lot of that's heartbreaking to a lot of y'all, because a lot of y'all think that all these thugs are strictly clickly. Honey, hell no. They just put on because they got to perform. And then they were talking about how Tupac, he was a ballerina, and he was more happy as a ballerina. I think Tupac, he should have lived his life as a ballerina. And shit, he would have still been alive and happy on his tippy toes like a fucking ballerina. And I know some of y'all never heard no shit like that. And I'm gonna ask y'all another question. Press 5 if you know Tupac started off as a damn ballerina, okay? And he was happy being a ballerina. He was happy being on his damn tippy toes. But I guess the black community, they do not accept black men being a ballerina. And especially at that time, they didn't accept black men being gay, homosexual, none of that shit. So he had to convert himself to be a thug, because back in those days and still today, they only accept black men as a thug, like a really aggressive, a beast that take out bodies and shit. And maybe that's why Diddy did all the horrible shit that he did, because it was glamorized in the music. The more you talk about bodies, the more it's celebrated, the more the community, the black community, uplift the shit. That's why we got this shit called the drill music. The drill music is all about taking niggas out of here, your own people, doing diabolical shit, robbing and stealing, and it's promoted in the black community. Love it. I'm starting to believe that is these niggas' nature. That's their nature, to kill, steal, and destroy. They can't help it. That's what they love to celebrate. And that's just what it is, okay? All while having a cross on their neck or having tattoos of the cross on their goddamn chest or their goddamn biceps. It don't matter. They still doing diabolical shit in the name of the Jesus cross on their neck, around their neck, on their chest, on their arms, on their back, on their leg. They gonna have that Jesus cross somewhere while they doing all this diabolical shit, okay? I see it all the time. Girl, I tell you what, honey, and I don't know what to think about it. I know Biggie Smalls, honey, Biggie Small. Biggie, give me what... I have so many questions with Biggie. And I know they said Faith was eating that ass. Did y'all know that? Did y'all hear that shit? Press 7. I promise you I ain't lying. They said that Biggie loved to get his cakes ate and licked on. And they said Faith had her face all in that shit. Okay. And then Faith went from Biggie to Tupac, eating Tupac ass too. She's an ass eater, okay? Bitch, it ain't funny. Do your thing. Shit, I ain't judging. Yeah, honey, she's a muncher. Okay, Faith Evans, she's known to be around here munching. And you know who else they said is a munching out here? They said Vivica Fox. And I promise y'all, press 10 if you heard this shit too. And 50 Cent told us this. 50 Cent said Vivica Fox was all up in his box eating his goddamn cakes. Okay, so a lot of these thugs, think of the most thuggish rugged bone, Biggie, Tupac, 50 Cent, they all love to get their cakes dug out. Okay, they all love that shit. So, but they ashamed of that shit because society does not give these men space to really explore and be and do what they like. So therefore they gotta hide. And if Diddy got videotapes of these men and compromising situations, it could ruin their whole reputation in the black community. They will probably do some strange things so Diddy would not get those videotapes out. And why would Diddy hold on to those videotapes for all these years? They said that Diddy, he just likes to keep that shit around. He got I guess a fetish or whatever. You know how those people go around, that taking out people, and they say, they may leave some. Okay, Jeffrey Einstein. What's that nigga name? Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer. I don't know. The white dude with the glasses. He had a thing for black men, and he would take them out of here. You know what I'm saying? He would seduce them and take them out of here. And I guess with Jeffrey, he always did something, So I guess with Diddy, he always going to keep these videotapes or these photos. And that is what social media is talking about today. I've been looking around, and that's all I see is videotapes. Justin Bieber, Usher videotapes, is the courts have it, it's being leaked. People are seeing these freaky tapes, and I'm also hearing word they got video footage of Biggie and Tupac, and this is all coming from Diddy's library. Okay, and they said that Diddy has a list of rappers, okay, hip-hop black rappers, being intimate with other men on video. That's what they saying. I don't know how true it is. I'm just reporting what y'all talking about. Now, to be honest with y'all, him being with another man, it ain't no damn crime. I don't give a damn about that shit. Live your life, Lolo, but whatever. I really care about how he got with these bodies. I care about Kim Porter. I care about Cassie. That is where my passion lies, and how he get away with these murders. But in the black community, they don't give a damn about you murking a black woman or murking women. Shit, they murk women all day, every goddamn day. Okay? They don't give a damn about that. All they care about the zesty shit. So that's why we got to talk about that too. But honey, the sad thing about it is the most important conversation has been left out, and that is getting justice for Cassie. That's getting justice for Kim Porter, getting justice for Al B. Sure, to getting justice for Heavy D. You're getting justice for Biggie Smalls' death, getting justice for Tupac death. And it's so sad. It's been saturated with all this zesty shit, because that's what the black community, they so infatuated with, is the goddamn zesty shit. That's all the black community care about. Why the white people, honey, all they care about is this inflation. They talking about how the housing bubble's about to burst and how they're going to make a whole bunch of money off of this economy. Girl, it's two groups talking about two different things. One talking about some gay shit. The other's talking about making money off of this damn economy that's about to go down. You know, I look at everything. Shit, okay? They about to take over, okay? They say they tired of all these, I guess they cutting down on programs that is allowing people to get in just because of their race. They said now they want the best of the best to be in a position. So I guess, the economy and everything get back together, because they said American economy is horrible. But I'm just letting y'all know what people are gossiping about now, okay? So I want to know what y'all think about all this stuff right here. Can we get the likes up? Please like this video. The phone lines are open, and put the chat link at the top. So if you guys want to call in and say something about it, I'm looking in the comment section. The housing market is bad. It's about to be bad. What Sammy the white people say, because I love looking at white people. They are saying, they're predicting that it's going to be the best crash in the world, and they're telling all their white friends to get ready to invest. Okay, they're about to take over. Okay, while the black people, they concerned about who's on them Diddy gay tapes. Okay. Baby, I tell you, different groups, they have different interests, and it's so fascinating to see. It is very fascinating to see. All right, so come on, let's talk about these goddamn gay tapes. That's what y'all want to talk about. And let's talk about Cassie and getting justice for her. And we still want Diddy to go to jail. Are y'all still with me? Do y'all still want him to go to jail behind closed doors? Press 5 if you want Diddy to be in prison tonight. Okay, if you can. Yes, Siobhan, that's what they said. That they have the zesty tapes. That's all I see on social media now. Okay, I wouldn't mind talking about the housing market. Jay, guess what? We don't have that type of audience, okay? I wouldn't mind either. But I realized I don't have that type of audience. That's not my algorithm. I cannot talk about important stuff like that because that is not my algorithm. That's not how I grew my channel. I grew my channel on messy shit. I grew my channel on zesty shit. So therefore, that is what the algorithm is going to push when I talk about gay, messy, dramatic, black, ghetto shit. Okay. So yeah. If they gave him Frosted Flakes, Diddy goes to prison with Suge. Now you know that's not gonna happen. Suge and Diddy, they're gonna go to jail, but they're not gonna be in the same quarters. You know that. But guess what? Some people feel like it's just right. It's about time that Diddy get his just due. And don't Diddy and Suge Knight have so much in common? Aren't there so much? They were behind these artists. They say Suge has did a lot of horrible shit to a lot of people. And this was common in the black community. Black men that were powerful, that was seen as kings, they did horrible shit to a lot of people. Wouldn't you agree? Press 3 if they did horrible shit to a lot of people. Y'all black kings be the main ones taking people out of here, you know, doing horrible things to women, just being bullies. And back in those days, the 90s, the bullies, they were the most respected. They were the most feared. However, honey, them tables turned, didn't they? Them tables are turning where the bullies now, they have to face consequences. The bullies now have to be accountable. Suge was a bully. Diddy was a big old bully. And they both, now we got to get them all out of here. Okay? And anybody I think this bullying shit is cool, you taking over and taking advantage of people artistry and all that, it's horrible. And you're going to go to jail, to prison. And it's sad that y'all don't talk about this enough. Y'all up here praising Suge Knight. How in the hell is Suge Knight got a radio show when he did all that horrible shit to so many black artists? He did horrible stuff to so many black women. And y'all still support him. Y'all still listen to his ass. Y'all still give him a voice. So just tell you shit ain't going to change. The government, they can restrict him all he want, but it's the people. The people don't give a damn. Clearly, they act like they care. Oh, it's a fake outrage, but they still gonna listen to the motherfucker. If R. Kelly came out with a podcast today, do you think a lot of people listen to that shit? Hell yeah. They just like complaining about the shit. They still gonna support a pedo. They don't give a damn about R. Kelly messing with them goddamn kids. His ass been messing with them kids and y'all didn't give a fuck. Okay, and I want to know, press 2, if R. Kelly came out with a podcast today, you're going to have a lot of black motherfuckers listen to the shit. Huh? Press 2, if R. Kelly came out with a podcast today, you're going to have a whole bunch of people listening. Okay? Okay? Hell yeah. Y'all know how we are. Shit, y'all know how we are. I don't know why y'all got to act. But that's a good thing that we don't control the shit. It's a good thing that, you know, we do not control the government and we don't have the rules and regulations, because we'd be effed up. Just like y'all wanted Black Lives Matters. I'm not with that shit. Y'all wanted the cops to get out the neighborhood, and y'all wanted the black kings to patrol the own community. And you see how that shit turned out. Damn, that shit didn't last long at all, did it? Hell no. I'm like, goddamn, what are y'all smoking on? Talking about y'all don't want the cops. Fuck, I'm back in the blue. And I've always told y'all I'm back in the blue. Shit. I know y'all don't like to hear it, but I'm back in the motherfucking blue. Okay? But honey, each his own. You know, we over here, we can agree to disagree in a respectful manner, and we can still keep it moving. Okay? I'm looking in the comment section. We the first generation that aren't married by 25. Well, honey, good. Good. Well, I don't know what to say about that. It's not a sad thing. It's what you want thing. Shit. I don't force that marriage shit on me. I don't want to be married to your stinking asses. I don't want to be stuck in a prison in a goddamn marriage with these stinking hoes. I don't want it. Okay. So if you want marriage, that's what you do. Okay. But let's not force it on everybody. Okay, and maybe it's sad for you because nobody want to marry your ass. Okay, that's something you gotta look within your ass. Why you can't get a man to marry you? Okay, everybody don't have that issue. Okay, everybody don't got that goddamn issue. Let's have a good debate tonight. All right, so you guys ready to get the phone lines open? We only have 2 callers. Girl, it's a 4B. Okay, bandits being benefits. Marriage is not for everyone. It's not a marriage of honor. Honey, only time I want to get married if I can reap some benefits from it. Okay? If I can't reap no benefit, I'm not about to take care of no nigga. Not hell no. Bitch, if I'm gonna get married, hell, it better be optional. I can work. His ass better pay for every goddamn thing. Okay? And I'm not desperate for no goddamn marriage. I'm not. Shit, society forced marriage on me. Shit, they try to get me to talk about some, well, once you get married, you're gonna be so happy. That's a damn lie. All you bitches are married and you're miserable as hell. All y'all got married, y'all got kids, and y'all miserable. All I see is cries, depression. Why would I want what you got? Okay, stop trying to force feed me the bullshit because it ain't working for your ass. Now you want me to be miserable like you? Never gonna happen. And got the nerve to try to make me feel bad because I'm not going to conform to your marriage ideologies. Shit. You don't know if you coming or going. Half of y'all talk about some, you wish you would have waited till you got married. You wish you would have waited till you got kids. You wish. I don't got to wish, bitch. Okay? Okay? So hell, leave that to y'all. Do what you want to do. Look at the divorce rate. Look, these bitches getting married 3 or 5, 10 times and still not happy. You know why? Cause marry your damn self. Fix yourself. Look into yourself. Find out who you are. Okay? Girl, I couldn't do it. And I ain't gonna do it. Okay? I can't hear you. Wait, well, I don't know. Well, let's get to the phone calls. Hey, what's going on, KFC? I know you're gonna talk. You're gonna get the people running. What's up, KFC?
Good. What's up?
How you doing, baby? Up? What's up?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Good. What's going on? A lot.
So you know how my position is on it.
I don't know.
I'm still gonna roll with Diddy and just say that he's innocent till proven guilty.
Okay.
Seriously.
Got it. And why do you feel that?
I do believe that Diddy messed up. You know how they say death by association? I think that when he was partying, doing things, he shouldn't have involved himself in certain things. So now
he did, KFC. He did because he wanted to be the center of attention. He is a party man.
I get that.
He's been a party boy. Hold on, KFC, because you're not gonna overtalk me tonight. He's been a party boy since his college days. Before, you got to remember, KFC, he never had a father to teach him responsibility, how to discipline, how to treat people right. Okay. He did not have a father. His father passed away when he was young, so he was already messed up. Okay? And now...
But that doesn't still... Okay.
And now they got him on video doing horrible stuff to Usher. Horrible stuff with Justin Bieber. 14 years old. These are kids. KFC, he needs to be in prison right along with R. Kelly. R. Kelly and Diddy are the same. Huh?
Have you seen the videos personally?
I seen the videos. Yes, I did, girl. And it's despicable. It is nasty as hell how he did what he did to Usher. And I believe, because in the video, I feel like Usher was not in his right frame of mind. And you know, at a 14-year-old, you don't have the strength as a grown man like Diddy. And Diddy was wrestling him around after eating them goddamn Frosted Flakes. And Usher didn't even get to eat a lot of Frosted Flakes. It was probably like 2 spoons, and he was out for the count because Diddy had put some shit in that milk. He put some stuff in that cereal. And Diddy knew what he was going to do. Diddy planned this, and he always planned it. He's like, he talked to these parents, and he tell these parents, I want to take your son, and I want to spend some days with him. I want him to come to my house, and I want us to get to know each other. Now, why in the hell do your son need to get to know Diddy for a couple of days without your supervision, huh? And where's Usher daddy at? I don't know much. Do you KFC? Do you know where Usher daddy at? Do y'all know? And do you realize Usher? Diddy. He's always picking these people that don't got no fathers in their house or fathers in their life. They don't got good parents.
Okay.
Go ahead, KFC, because I know you running.
No. Okay, this is my thing. Like you mentioned earlier about the unaliving that you said Diddy may possibly be associated with.
Yes,
don't
with
you
Cassie.
Think they did autopsy on it? But see, you won't let me finish though. Don't you think they did autopsies on them? Let me just say this real quick. Remember with the O.J. Simpson case? They made sure they put those photos of Nicole Brown Simpson out there, didn't they? When they showed her lying down there and how she looked after she was unalived, don't you think they would have did that with Diddy? I'm trying to understand why you guys think because he's Diddy, he has a seat at the table in America with them. He does not. None of us do. And you can't buy your way into a seat at their table. So what I'm saying is, I don't understand. They did everything they could to make you think that O.J. Diddy, even releasing the crime scene photos.
Hold on. So you mean to tell me, you think O.J. is innocent?
I know for a fact O.J. is innocent.
Oh, girl, stop it. You know he did that.
No.
You know he did.
No, he did not do it.
Well, let's ask the people in the comment. Do y'all think that O.J. did it? Press 1 if he did it. Press 2 if O.J. did not do it. I think he did it, girl.
No, see, but you said the key word think. Let me just say this. The part of California that they lived in was very, very racist, right? They considered her to be she was dating against her race, a traitor. She got killed by a Nazi, a neo-Nazi.
Well, let's not say that word.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, well, she was unalived by a neo-Nazi. It had nothing to do with
Didn't I just say don't say that word and you're going to say it again?
Okay, she was unalived by someone other than O.J.
Got it.
You see the way they did Rodney King out there, right? What makes you think they were cool with interracial dating? And that was the police that tried to set them up. That was the police that made those racial remarks.
Well, Diddy wasn't doing that.
Have you ever listened to Jay-Z song? You need to listen to that song about what he said about O.J. He tells you the truth about it.
Because Jay-Z is probably the same way as O.J. Jay-Z have a body on him. Jay-Z take out that woman that was pregnant by him because he didn't want her to expose the truth. Jay-Z, Diddy, O.J., they all the same. They are all the same.
But that's who?
Says the black community.
Because if she was messing around
with the black community.
Jay-Z, how you know she didn't have another boyfriend on the side? And maybe he took her out because he found out she was messing with Jay-Z.
No, that was not the case because she didn't say that. She was going to come out and speak about it. And she was pregnant. Jay-Z mistress was pregnant the same time Beyonce was pregnant. Beyonce was about to announce to the world. And you know what? Since you want to bring up Beyonce, I think we need to tackle Beyonce and Jay-Z next. Press 10 if y'all think we need to talk about Jay-Z and Beyonce tomorrow, okay? Press 15 if you want to keep it on Diddy. I think we need to shine a spotlight to Jay-Z and Beyonce. I think we need to see the skeletons behind their closet because it's been so many bodyguards and staffers that have been talking and working with Jay-Z and Beyonce, and they have been coming out and exposing the truth that Jay-Z has bodies. Jay-Z do not love Beyonce. He was only infatuated because she was underage at the time, and that's what he does, okay? He's a horrible individual. He's a cheater, and he just ain't right. And he try to overpower people. And he done a lot of people wrong too. Look what he did to Foxy Brown. Look what he did to a lot of other people out here in these industries.
I don't buy into that narrative because look at what they did to themselves.
Oh,
and you must believe Jay-Z.
Why are you not protecting Foxy Brown? Foxy Brown, she was a child.
Brown.
Yeah, it's like you don't want to protect black little girls, but you protecting these grown black men.
No, don't do that. I don't like it when people say that because that's not true.
Well, why won't you protect Foxy Brown? You know she was only 14.
I can't say somebody is anything if I don't know.
You do know. You knew Foxy Brown was talking about horrible stuff at the age of 14, 15 under the guise of Jay-Z. You know Jay-Z was messing around with young Foxy Brown. Everybody knew it. How could you not?
Because what I'm saying is, why come with all our successful people in America, it's always got to be an underground side to it? like it's not legitimate. I get tired of people
Well,
doing that.
Why do our people do so much horrible shit? Why do our people do so much horrible stuff?
Why does the whole world do a whole lot of horrible stuff? Not just our people.
Well, you know, we're going to focus on our people. We got to hold our people accountable.
But that's the problem, though. Everybody else focus on our people, too, who don't care about our people. And that's what they want us to do. That's why I don't feed into that narrative just because this man is Diddy. You know, in Los Angeles, like I said last night, they have companies that will throw sex parties in your home.
Freaky parties, so girl. Freaky parties. Didn't I say
freaky parties in your home? So if Diddy was doing that, yes, that makes him look bad. Guilty by association. But that doesn't mean he was doing all this illegal stuff.
He was doing a lot of illegal stuff. And he was trying to be prideful about it. He was trying to glamorize about it. Okay, he have showed and he have given so many warnings that he is the creep and the horrible monster that people say he is. What? Okay, if you had a 14 to 12-year-old son, would you allow him to sleep over at Diddy's house?
But this is the thing with Justin Bieber.
Can you answer that?
His mother was his manager, and his mother was staying in Diddy's house with him.
Can you answer that?
That's what I'm saying. Justin Bieber, when he first came out, his mother was his manager.
Can you answer that, though? If you had a son, a 12, 13-year-old son, would you allow him to sleep over for the weekend with Diddy? A grown man you barely even know.
No.
No. Okay.
Not just because he's Diddy, but because I don't know him.
Right.
So there would be no need for him to sleep over there.
Right.
Right.
And if you did and you heard that he was playing fussies with your son while they was in their white undies, how would you feel about that? Do you feel that's inappropriate for a grown man?
He wouldn't be spending the night over there no more. You know what I'm saying? That's all I have to say about that. That's why I don't believe it. I don't believe it because why would they keep going over there if they were doing that? See, what I understand about Cat Williams, it was $50 million. But if that's the case, why did you keep going around for it to be a second and a fourth time? Wouldn't one time have been enough to make you say, okay, I don't get down like that?
But you would think if a man said, I don't know, thank you, why couldn't Cat Williams no thank you be enough? Why did he keep on propositioning and try to wiggle his way in his virgin hole? Why don't you have that question? Why don't you have the question for Diddy? Why one time
telling the truth?
Well, why haven't Diddy
came out? Talked about everybody.
Why hasn't Diddy came out and to deny those rumors? Why haven't Diddy came out and said, you know what? That's not how I get down. Cat Williams a damn lie. I don't know what he's talking about. Why haven't Diddy? He loves TV. He loves to be in the scene. He overtalks everybody. Why didn't he come out and say something? A black man is talking about you in that type of way, and you another black man, and you in the hood, and you supposed to be a bad boy, and you telling me a bad boy is mute because of that? A bad boy is quiet. He's a bad boy. His whole reputation, his whole build is being a bad boy. When have you ever known a bad boy to be mute and quiet over another nigga? Huh? Bad boys don't operate like that.
But let me ask you this. To me, Cat Williams is not that funny. I'm going to tell you straight up, because he isn't. He's not that funny at all. All right? And then it's like, I don't know who's paying Cat Williams to say what he's saying. All right? Maybe the same people that wanted to jam Diddy up pay Cat Williams to say what he said too. And maybe that's why Diddy's not responding. Sometimes when you respond, it can be turned around to be an admission of guilt too. So I don't know. But you don't know if somebody, because why would Cat Williams just bring this out all of a sudden now if Diddy had been propositioning you for years? See, I don't get that. See, I don't understand why one person comes forward and everybody else is like, I know something too, and I know something too, and I know something too. Why come Cat Williams didn't expose him the first time he propositioned them?
Because Cat Williams was not powerful enough. At the time, Cat Williams...
He's still not powerful enough because he's not that funny.
He is powerful enough.
Cat Williams is not that funny.
Cat Williams tore the house down this year. Everybody is talking about Cat Williams. Cat Williams will go down in history as the one who spoke the truth. Everybody in the Black community sees Cat Williams as a hero for exposing everybody and exposing Hollywood.
Maybe that's why he did it. Because Hollywood never really embraced him like that, like the way they did Kevin Hart.
Yeah,
didn't embrace him
he
like that,
said
like the
the
way they did
reason
Stevie
why
Harvey.
Hollywood did not embrace him because he would not compromise his virgin hoe. He would not give his
How
hoe
do you know
up.
that though?
Because that's what he
This man got
said.
domestic assault charges in his background
That's what he
though.
said. Well, that's horrible if he does that. But you and I know both that the black community don't care about nobody hit no black woman. You know they don't give a damn about black men knocking black women out. They still doing it and they still get supported. Well, what do you care about black men taking black women out? Do you care?
Domestic violence is domestic violence. It doesn't matter what color you are.
So why won't you care when Diddy knocked out Cassie? Why won't you care when Diddy put paws on Kim Porter?
Diddy never got arrested for domestic violence like the way Cat Williams did.
But it doesn't matter. He did it.
Mugshot.
Okay, but he did it. So you have to get, I guess, by the government. You have that much trust in the government in jail. So if the government arrested Diddy tonight, then you would say, okay, he's guilty because the government arrested him.
Then I would look at it like they must have something substantial now. Beyond hearsay.
So because R. Kelly is arrested, you do believe that he did all the stuff they say he did, correct?
I don't know about all the victims, but I see what I saw in that tape.
You just said that your faith and your trust.
So many victims when I only saw the victims that I saw in the tape, and that was enough for me.
But you just said your faith goes within the government. That once you get a mug shot, then you do believe he's behind jail because he's arrested. You said that's what you need for Diddy.
No, I said depending on what the charge. Anybody can get a mugshot. I'm saying depending on what the charge is. When I saw the R. Kelly video, I said that right there was credible evidence because those girls were clearly underage. With Patsy, I have not seen any videos with him being with anyone underage.
Yes, you have.
I don't know what
yes, you have. You saw the Usher video. You seen him and Usher. Him and Usher being together when Usher was underage. You have seen Diddy come out. I didn't see them
in the bed together, nothing like that.
No, but Diddy talked to himself. Diddy is a gossip queen. Clearly, he can't keep his mouth shut because
That's why Diddy's in all this trouble because his personality.
He can't keep his mouth shut.
He was outrageous.
Well, that's on him. He tell a whole bunch. These niggas need to shut the fuck up. And don't it show that you can't trust these niggas? They talk more than women. Okay, look at all the people
talk like that don't have money.
They just talking.
I work with people all the time, and if you say something about them, they say you just hating on me because I blah blah blah. You hating on me? Nobody's not hating on you.
Okay, but KFC,
so maybe that's the type of mentality that he has.
You saw Diddy, right? You saw Diddy on video with Usher, or talking about Usher and him laying in the bed, rubbing feet, arguing and wrestling over Frosted Flakes. Video. Well, it's a video out there.
Saw that video.
Okay, press 5 if y'all have seen that video of Diddy talking about him and Usher when Usher was young, wrestling over some Frosted Flakes in the bed. Okay, he says it himself. And what did he think people are going to think? Do he not think, or he know what he's doing?
See, I don't believe in that. See, this is the thing about America. I'm sorry, and I don't care what it is. At the end of the day, it still goes back to race to me. When you mess up and they have dirt on you, they're going to drag you through the mud, and you cannot buy your way away from it. To me, Diddy, the association he kept, the way he acted, that's what got him in trouble. If he would have just not, if he would, like you said, if he did things totally different, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. But
we probably wouldn't have this conversation because we would not know. We would not know. He tells on himself so often. It's almost like he wants us to know what's going on. Have you seen all those video footage? And I guess I'm going to have to start showing you some video footage, boo-boo, because Diddy kept on asking Usher, why don't you talk to me anymore? He told Jess, why won't you talk to me anymore? He told Fabulous, these men don't want nothing to do with Diddy, and he's begging for their attention on social media, on TV. That is so embarrassing.
Because they've been saying this stuff for a while about him. Would you want to hang around him?
No.
Okay, then. That's people want to protect their brand. They don't want to get tied up with him now. But why were they partying with him so much before?
Because they didn't know any better, and they probably want to access.
See, I don't believe that.
But
look at Wendy Williams. Okay, look at Wendy Williams. What happened to her? She thought she had so many friends too, right?
Diddy did that. Diddy got her on them sugar boogers and took her ass out of here. Because you know damn well, if this was going around with Wendy Williams, she would expose everything. Because she's been telling the whole world that Diddy like men. She's been telling Diddy secrets because she know a whole bunch. And Diddy don't want that secret out of here. Diddy did not want that secret out of here. You said what?
But look who's talking. Wendy Williams, addicted to drugs, had a drinking problem. Her husband had a mistress and a baby behind her back, using her own money on that other woman.
And her husband liked the men too. And maybe that's why she's so frustrated too. Because you know her husband liked it, man. You don't think so? You didn't watch that Tasha K interview? Tasha K had a man.
Like everybody's saying this now, using that as a scapegoat. You didn't see Tasha.
Okay.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know, because you know black people don't care. You know they see it as a stain, okay? And it's some gossip.
Let me ask you this: would you spend the night at Diddy's house right now?
No, because I'm scared of Diddy. I'm scared of him. Once he found out
that you go to Diddy's house, now you the one saying he got tunnels.
Listen, once Diddy found out I'm talking shit about him, I'm Reynolds. Do you understand? I'll be so damn scared. Shit.
You don't know that though.
I'm scared of Diddy. I'm not being around no goddamn Diddy. If he slapped?
Okay, well, see, this is the thing. I don't understand the way people think in this country. I really don't. Just like Donald Trump was at the Chick-fil-A and everybody thought he did something heroic. And that girl, you know, who was one of us, wanted to hug him and say, "Yeah, I finally made it." She hasn't even. Did she ever take time to think about how he said go back to your own country and all this other stuff? You act like these people really want you on their side. You can't buy your way up to being on their side. They don't care nothing about you. As soon as you make it to the top, they want to break you back down. It's just like, I don't care what nobody say. I'm not making it about race. But how is it that they gave from the slaves their freedom and then they still brought slavery right back for another additional 200 years? Like, I don't know what people be thinking, but if you think that, hey, race ain't got nothing to do with it, I think it does.
I thought you just said race ain't got nothing to do with it. Which one is it?
Race has something to do with the case, period. Because, see, Diddy thought he was one of them, just like Kanye West did. He thought he was really sitting at the table with them. And I'm not going to say who them are. And they had to show him and Kanye a lesson that you don't.
So, KFC, if Puffy was white, you don't think he'd be doing this? He would not go down?
I think if he was the other color, you would hear nothing about it.
I disagree.
Because this is the thing. Why come we don't know who's on Jeffrey's list?
We still don't know
about who's on Diddy's list.
We still don't know who's on Diddy's list.
But why are they bringing up certain names already?
Because people are speculating.
Bieber. But why come you don't know who's on Jeffrey's list? And he's allegedly not here anymore.
Well, he's gone. But Diddy is.
I said last night. Why come no housekeepers are saying anything? No. The people flying the plane, they're not saying anything. Who they saw, who he was with. Nothing. But everybody knows everything about Diddy. Doesn't make sense.
Well, let me put
you like underage children, you don't have to go to Diddy's house to get one, do you? Why would you want to go around other people so other people can see you doing that? Well, you could do it in the privacy of your own home.
Let me put you on hold. Let me put you on hold, girl. Caller from 765. You're live on the air. Hey, Kyle, I see you. I'm gonna come to you in a minute. Oh, we got Rahonda up in here. I didn't even see her. Hold up. 765. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What would you like to say?
No, I was listening to both of you about the Diddy situation.
Oh, okay. You didn't want to say nothing. You were just listening.
Oh yeah, I was gonna speak. I was gonna say something.
I'm waiting. Okay, I think it's a troll. Hey, Kyle. Hey, Rahonda. Hey. Rhonda, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
How are you? I'm so sorry. I didn't know y'all was there.
That's okay.
Hey, Rhonda.
Hey, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you? I'm ready to roast KFC because I'm like, this is too much.
I'm doing good. Hey, KFC, how are you today?
Oh, let me unmute her.
Oh, okay.
KFC, they said,
You have
hey,
to
how
do me,
you
Gigi. I'm
doing?
gonna be quiet.
No, go ahead. No, KFC.
No.
Go
So
ahead.
what I want to understand is how is it that all of this stuff is on the internet and KFC just keeps saying, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't think he's doing that. It's like, what do you believe then? Because if it's all on the internet, why do you keep saying that?
I don't know the source who put it on the internet. How do I
No,
know?
it's videos of Diddy. Like he was sitting there talking about wrestling with Usher. He was talking about weird stuff with Justin Bieber. There was a video of him and Justin Bieber together when Justin was like 13 years old, and he was saying they were gonna party for 48 hours. I just watched it today.
But see, when at that time, Diddy was a hype man. You know what I'm saying in the music industry. I think that got totally blown out of proportion. Man. I don't think that's true either. I don't think. I don't
No,
think.
but I mean, do you think it's appropriate for someone that is like 40 something to be partying for 2 days with a 14 or a 13-year-old?
No, what I'm telling you, I think Diddy got himself in trouble by the poor decision making that he did. He shouldn't have been around other people's kids. But just because he was around other people's kids doesn't mean he was doing anything.
Yeah, but he had this thing. It's coming out that he's had this thing with very young artists and like doing like just the interviews and everything he said. I'm surprised you haven't heard Cat Williams. You haven't heard the one with
Who's
Kevin Hart saying, did he just say on this microphone he was wrestling with Usher? You don't think that sounds weird? You didn't remember that?
No, I do not. No,
Oh
because
my
you
God.
understand the crab in the barrel mentality. This man went from nothing to $1 billion network. You can best believe some people are very jealous of that. Who is Cat Williams? Like I said, Hollywood didn't embrace Cat Williams like the way they did Kevin Hart.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kevin Hart did an interview with Usher and Diddy, and that's where Diddy said that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not a source. This is like Diddy being on camera. And then also, did you guys see the drink champs? I think with Noriega and Fabulous, and Noriega was getting uncomfortable because Diddy kept calling them daddy. He's like, Daddy, when am I gonna see you again and when we gonna party together?
I'm gonna put you on hold, okay? I'm gonna put you on hold. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna bring you back in a minute. So, Kyle just brought up a good point. Rhonda, what are your thoughts about that? When Diddy was at the table and he kind of embarrassed Fabulous with all the daddy talk. Why
Yeah.
do that, Rhonda? And Rhonda, you guys, she has situations with Diddy. So I feel and just how Rhonda talks and her mindset, her perspective. I think I just want to hear what she got to say. Go ahead, Rhonda.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Gigi. I saw that video where they were on Drink Champs, and I could tell that Fab was really uncomfortable with what Diddy said. I think he knew that Diddy was coming to him on a disrespectful level. And I don't think that that's Fab's lifestyle, but I think he knows how Diddy is. He knows that that's who he is. My thing here is about, and sometimes I might say Sean Combs or Diddy, whatever, but anyway, whatever his sexual preference is, if he likes men, that's fine. But when it comes to kids, that's where I have a problem. I don't care
Exactly.
if he likes men, if he's bisexual. Am I allowed to say that on here?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Wait, hold on, Kyle.
Oh.
Can we just say bye?
Oh, okay. Yes. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crossing that line. Okay. Yes. I don't care if he's bi. That's not a problem. But my issue with him is, the allegations about the underage kids and, the power imbalance, using his power against, women, and not just women, but people in general. I don't like the abuse of power. And again, I definitely don't like kids being mistreated in any way. But that interview that I watched, it made, I think, everybody at the table uncomfortable because, when that maybe that's not your lifestyle and somebody else is coming on as somebody at the table, yeah, everybody's uncomfortable. But
Yeah.
I think they know how he is. They all from New York. They partied together for a long time. Maybe not the way he wanted Fab to party with him, but they've been partying with each other for a long time. They hear things about each other. They know how he is. So that was probably, it wasn't a surprise to hear him say it, but I think it was just shocking that he did that in front of the cameras, in front of everybody. You know, they
Wanda,
always.
I think it was an abuse of power, and it was just him trying to say like, I can do this because I'm Diddy. You know what I'm saying? I don't have an issue about the
Okay.
sexuality thing either.
I
But when
didn't
you're
even think about it like
openly
that.
hitting on a group of straight rappers on camera, and
Okay.
you're just feeling like, hey, it goes back to those narcissistic traits that he has, and it's
Okay.
all sexuality aside, because a gay man on an interview would not disrespect Fabulous or Noriega in that
Right.
way. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And
And I
then
never
50
thought
Cent
about it
was
like
talking
that.
about Diddy was asking him to go shopping. There's so many people I could like name off the top of my head that
Right.
have thrown Diddy's name out there. So it's like, I don't understand. Like, KFC is just confusing me because she doesn't want to go on Google or go on YouTube or go on any type of news source and look at the stuff out there. It's like,
Right.
is she listening to the streets or like what's going on?
Well,
Right. And
hold on.
oh,
I got something to say. Now, I disagree. I don't agree with Kyle with his thing. I feel like this. Ain't none of them goddamn rappers straight shit. They all get down. I think they all compromise. They all on the DL. And I think that especially Fabulous ass, let's not forget how he knocked Emily teeth out and how he does women. He don't like women at all. And
Yeah.
I feel like Diddy, he have done some shit with Fabulous, honey. Hell yeah.
No, but Gigi,
Hold on,
I
Kyle.
think,
Kyle, if you don't let me finish. Kyle, shit. You know, your volume is so goddamn powerful. You're over, you know, when you talk, I can't even hear myself talk, goddamn, because I volume. Okay. But I feel like this. I feel like Diddy and Fabulous, they done effed around a few times before, and Fabulous, like he ain't fucking with him no more. Maybe he got a new man. I don't know. And Diddy was pretty much saying, yeah, nigga, you know what I mean? Don't forget,
yeah, but that's what I was saying. It's an abuse of power.
Kyle, if you
Like,
don't let me finish. Kyle, why you keep over talking to me? Okay. So you're gonna make me lose my damn train of thought. Okay. Shit. And I just lost it. Hold on. Let me bring up OG. Okay. Hey, OG. Now, this is one of my favorite hosts. How you doing, baby?
I'm good. How you doing, Messy? How's everybody?
Good. I'm so happy that you joined. And I know you got something to say. I'm dying to hear what you got to say.
Well, first of all, I want to know why is a picture of Pac and Big up here with this whole situation? I just tuned in. I said, well, let me hit the panel.
Okay, so I was going up and I put in Diddy in the search menu. And guess what popped up? It was a video article that a news reporter talked about. And they talked about how Biggie and Tupac were on video, and Diddy has compromising videos of Tupac and Biggie doing some zesty stuff. They were also talking about how Tupac, you know, he started off as a ballerina on his toes, and he was very happy. But in order to get into the rap industry, he had to transform who he was into a complete thug. And you know, in the hip hop industry, they not going to accept no ballerina. The stereotype, if a black boy is doing ballerina, is he gay? And they had a lot of stuff to say about Biggie, how Biggie loved to get his cakes ate out by Faith. I don't know if you heard about that, but honey, they say Faith can eat some behind. And then she left Biggie and went and did the same thing to Tupac, honey. Bigger than that ass too. And you know, 50 Cent, he loved to get his ass munched on by Vivica Fox. Now, I don't know. I'm not saying, you know, everything do everything, but you know, the black community, a lot of people feel that if a black man likes to get that ass ate back there, you know, he's already compromised. But then they don't realize that that black man, he got what is called a G spot up in that hole, and he loved for it to be tickled. Okay. Okay, so that's how Tupac and Biggie got swept up under here. And you know, they say that Diddy did get Biggie and Tupac out of here. They said he had something to do with taking their ass out of here. So I don't know what's to say about that. We know that Biggie Smalls, he did want to leave his company. And we know that Diddy, he has a controlling relationship. Once you get in his web, he's like a damn spider. Once you get up in that web, he gonna trap you, and if you try to leave, he gonna take your ass out for the count. So it's a lot, OG. What's up? Talk to me.
Ooh, child, I see it's a lot.
Ah! What's your
Well, I had heard about the situation with Faith. I haven't ever heard anything about Pac except when Pac was trying to call out. At one time, he was trying to call out Diddy, and I think he had even called out Quincy Jones at one time because, when he started going with Quincy Jones' daughter, at first she was very, very upset with him for the things that he had said, and he ended up apologizing to her. I never heard him publicly apologize. I believe that when Pac was around Diddy, Diddy probably was trying very, very hard to get Pac, but I don't think that ever happened. So because I know that Diddy was very jealous that Kim Porter was crazy about Pac, and Diddy, almost every woman that Diddy ever dated, Pac went behind him and dated the same woman. He dated Sally Richardson after Pac. He dated Lisa Ray after Pac. He dated Sarah Chapman after Pac. That's 3 women that Diddy went behind the same way like he went behind Al B. Sure with Kim Porter. It was just like he had this habit of thinking that, he such a narcissist, thinking that, okay, let me go behind these guys and show them I can take your woman or I can get your woman after you. And this is what I'm going to do with it. Now, as far as the Big, I heard some allegations here and there. Big,
isn't that the same thing? Sorry to cut you off. I mean, OG. Damn, did I say OJ? OG. Didn't that the same thing he's doing with 50 Cent? How he going after 50 Cent woman and stuff? The baby mama, her name is Daphne. They said that it's 50 Cent's baby mama. Then Diddy was with her. And I honestly think all of them are down low, messing 50 Cent to Tupac to all of them. That's how I feel. But continue on.
Yeah, no, I did hear about the Daphne girl, and yes, she is the ex of 50 Cent, where everybody know that 50 Cent and Puff had been, into it for the longest for the things that 50 were calling Diddy out, with the same way
Yeah.
50 has lately been calling Jay-Z out as well. So yeah, it's
Tupac, he's the same way, because why would he be with Faith after Biggie? That's that same bull crap they be doing. But go ahead.
right. I think that was like a revenge thing because that went down during the East Coast West Coast beef. So I think that Pac was doing that to prove a point when him and Big had fell out. You know what I mean? And Faith,
Point. They all do it. Diddy
yeah.
did that to 50 Cent to prove a point. They all do it. That's what they claim, to prove a point.
Yeah, it was like a competition for them, for a lot of them when they was doing that, and then of course Pac put it in the song, and that stirred up a big thing between Biggie and Faith. After that, of course, she denied it. She's still denying it right to this day. But you got witnesses and other people that was around during that time that absolutely said that it was true. That was there in the studio when Faith and Mary J. Blige came to the studio, and Faith was working with Pac on the song, and it's allegedly that she left with Pac, and Pac allegedly called one of his best female girlfriends. And a lot of times, if a man calling another woman and say, "I hit that, I got that," before he even called his homeboys 9 times out of 10, it's true. He admitted to a couple people, what I'm saying, that he had slept with Faith. Of course, she gonna take it to her grave because of the way people probably would have looked at her in that moment. But if you really look at even Faith's track record now, the fact that how cool Stevie J and Biggie was back in the day, but who did she end up marrying after Biggie? She ended up marrying Stevie J. So it's just one of those kind of vicious things.
That was what Stevie J did. That was odd, but shit, they all get down.
It's very small circles.
Jay is down low too. And OG,
Oh, he is.
Did you hear about something about Tupac being a ballerina? Do you believe that?
I don't believe it. I know he took up dance. He started out dancing as a long time ago. He danced with the Digital Underground. I never heard anything about any ballerina. I mean, but even Puff started out background dancer for Father MC. That's how way back, even before Puff got recognized in the game. He was a dancer first. I never heard anything about any ballerina allegations, but I was just gonna say, just yeah, they all in a big circle in close proximity to each other. So when you look at when you look at oh Jesus.
Yeah.
All righty. Maybe
Gigi
he
got the
did.
receipts.
He was
Right.
happy being a ballerina. When I tell you, I ain't never seen Tupac smile this bright. He really loved it. And you know who else started off as a ballerina and he got really macho? Is they said that Kevin Samuels. Have you rest in peace to him?
Really?
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
as a cheerleader. He was a man cheerleader. Y'all heard?
Yes, you know what? You're right. I did hear that about Kevin Samuels. Sure
Hey,
did.
hold on. Wait. Press 5 if you heard about Kevin Samuels being a man cheerleader when he was like 16, 15. Press 5, you heard that. Yeah, girl. So maybe it's something because these boy cheerleaders and boy ballerinas, they so alpha man. So shit, maybe y'all need to enroll y'all boys in ballerina and goddamn cheerleading because these men coming out as alphas and they are leading the pack because how Kevin
I heard
had
the
these
men
so-called and how
the men that I heard that do the ballerina, because it's a guy that played in the NFL that did ballerina. He said that it helped him with balance better and things of that nature. I forget who it was, but he was in the NFL and he took like ballerina lessons. And I know Pac come from the arts. He come from the dance, the singing, the acting. He come from that whole area in Baltimore and then later moving to New York. So
and that's what people were saying on that podcast. He's not a thug, he's an actor. Because he didn't come off in a hood, don't you know, like a regular raggedy ass thug. That's all they know. And just looking at Tupac background before he transitioned into a thug, you know, he was a bright kid that was very smart, very happy, very into dance and ballerina. And something happened when he tried to get into the industry. So I don't know what is going on with that hip hop, but it's something. And it caused him to die real soon. His death was so early, being a thug. Leave that thug life alone. But go ahead.
But you know, Gigi, his mother was like a Black Panther, so that's why he had that different side to him, because he was always exposed to Assata Shakur and his mom Afeni Shakur, so they was probably educating him from a very young age. That's why he was very different.
absolutely, I would agree with that. His godmother and his mother and his father was also Black Panther, so they were heavily involved during the 60s, 70s era movement, and even to the early 80s when you know, everything got infiltrated within Black Panther movement. I think that that's why as he got older with the education that he got, he started speaking more on, you know, the rise of our people and the things of that nature when it comes to our culture and the Black community and things that he would have liked to see done. And I personally believe that had he been still alive, he would have made a difference in the culture of rap. Unfortunately,
So
you
smart.
know, unfortunately, you know, he met his untimely demise, him and Big actually, you know, way before their years.
And I think Tupac knew that the Black community is not accepting of a Black ballerina, let alone a Black goddamn dancer. And they still would shame a boy if you put him in ballerina. If you put a Black boy in cheerleading, they still going to shame him in the main Black popular society. And it's so interesting that two of the great people that Black people look up to, especially Black men, they come from the same background that they dislike and they hate, and it makes them throw up to see a Black boy ballerina. It makes them throw up to see a Black boy doing cheerleading. And look, and it's just interesting how the cookie crumbles. But continue on, OG. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, and I just want to say, even with that circle, even with the women, because they were all so close in proximity to each other, It's just when you look at it, when you talk about Kimora Lee, when you talk about Misha Hilton, when you talk about Kim Porter, all of these women were friends. Sarah Chapman, all of them were friends, and they end up all, three of them end up being with Diddy, and one end up being with Russell Simmons, right? But they all used to be friends and be in the same circle. I heard allegedly early on, even in Mary J. Blige's career, she had to make her rounds, and it started with Diddy first, from what I'm
Oh
understanding.
wow.
She was that pass around girl as well. She paid a heavy price, for being where she is, and to a certain extent, certain people would still had the leash around her neck, controlling her. Even in her career, right to this day, from what I heard, that Diddy was very, very controlling over certain artists that he worked with, even though a lot of them wasn't even on Bad Boy, because Mary started with Uptown. Kim was never on Bad Boy, but they worked with the Bad Boy label. They were signed to other labels. They never actually was signed with Bad Boy Records. And then when the situation with Biggie realizing that, how am I making this man millions of dollars and I'm broke? Lot of people don't even know, when Biggie had passed away, he only had he was broke, and he had just signed a $62 million deal with Atlantic Records, and he was going to take all of them with them. So that is why everybody for sure thinking that Diddy, had something to do with Big's untimely demise. And then it's allegedly, something regarding this $1 million check that allegedly Diddy was supposed to have been paying somebody for the life of Tupac.
Yeah. Did you hear about allegedly Kim Porter was going to release a book, and Diddy was concerned that it was going to be a tell-all book about all the stuff she endured while dating him and all stuff like that. Did you and Rhonda both hear about it?
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard it too. And then I heard somebody say it wasn't a tell-all, it was a kid's book. And then one of her good friends just did an interview recently and said it wasn't a book at all. So it's like, I don't know. You don't know what to believe. But allegedly, when she was found in her place, unalive, that all of her electronics was stolen, and it was alleged that 2 laptops were stolen, and that's where allegedly the information that she was writing a book was on, supposedly.
Yeah, they said there was some compromising positions or like in a video that she had on her laptop.
Yeah, I had heard the same thing. So I don't know, because it was never found. Her electronics was never found. So
I'm trying to think of who it
What
was
I heard,
with. Like,
Cassie supposedly she had confided some things into Cassie before she passed away. They had a secret meeting and they had been talking, and allegedly Cassie is aware of some things, I guess some information that was supposed to be on her computer, and Cassie had this cell phone that had evidence on it. So there is some information from what I've heard that Cassie has that came directly from Kim Porter before she passed away.
yeah,
mm,
I heard that as well. And it would be interesting that, if any of this come out doing a trial, if
Right.
I'm sure it's going to get to that, because people don't know that originally Cassie's original lawsuit was really like 90 some pages. I think they reduced it down to like 35. That's how big and extensive. So it was a lot of wealth of information in her lawsuit, but they end up reducing some of the pages out and reducing it down to like 35. So now that she is cooperating with Homeland Security, and probably, even FBI as well, now that she's cooperating, it's no telling else what she is actually saying, because it's the catalyst of her lawsuit that I believe that kind of set the catalyst for things that they were already probably investigating Diddy on. It's alleged they have been investigating him since 2011.
Mm-hmm. Right. I don't know what year, but I know for a fact before Cassie filed her lawsuit, there's some other investigations that were taking place. And I know for a fact that there are some people who had snitched on him
Mm-hmm.
about some things, let me just say it this way, that have no statute of limitations. And you can
Yeah,
kind
Mm-hmm.
of come to your own conclusion about what that is. So yeah. Yeah.
yeah. And I definitely think there's some type of ring because did you notice how he was hanging out so much with Robert De Niro?
That I didn't know.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Like there's all these people that consistently go to the Caribbean and they all were going to Epstein's house. So I feel like it's alluding to like what was talked about yesterday. They're trying to get somebody at the top because there's got to be somebody really powerful doing all this stuff with all of them. And we were
Yeah.
talking about
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish.
and there was talk of Epstein's list yesterday. So I wonder if Diddy's list is correlated with that, or if they have something that they worked on together. It just sounds very weird because Epstein was into all those women coming to his island, and as we're finding out now, Diddy has all these parties where he's allegedly trafficking these girls. So it's like they're all into it.
Right, and that's the thing about the compromising position that a lot of times people find themselves in the entertainment industry, and yeah, unfortunately, a lot of times it's without their knowledge because if they are at a party and they're drinking, and all of a sudden they get sick and they pass out, they wake up in a compromising position, and then they don't know that they have been videotaped, and it has been used to have, to leverage and to blackmail them into controlling them during their career. And
Hmm.
I've heard that, for the last at least 20 to 30 years, that's what they were doing in the entertainment industry. And as far as the way Diddy was working, why would you, the thing for me is, I don't know if you guys know, the thing that Gene Deal has said regarding Usher, right? So when Usher got to Diddy's Flavor Camp, he was 13ish, 14ish years old.
Right.
And of course, at the time, L.A. Reid sent him to Puffy's Flavor Camp, right? And Gene Deal talks about this incident. Now, he wasn't a bodyguard for Diddy during that time, but he was still close proximity and relationship to people that was in the industry that knew that this happened to Usher. So it got back to him, right? That there was a young man at Diddy's Flavor Camp, that there was an incident that happened between Usher and Diddy that sent Usher to the hospital. And
Right.
he even
Yeah, I
named
heard
the
about that. It was like
he
a
even
tear or
named
something
the
like that, and stitches.
right. Right. He
Um,
named the hospital. So, and then now when he recently was on someone's platform telling this same story, there is a podcast, if you don't mind me saying it, messy. It's called the Behavior Panel Podcast. And it's a bunch of experts that read your body
Oh,
language,
I
your
saw
face
that. Yeah.
Yes, and they can tell if like you're lying or telling the truth. They did
Right.
this on Green Deal,
but
and
you know, but you know,
the one that they did on him.
Let OJ finish. OG, damn, OG finish.
I know OJ is all saying the same, right? But yeah, they did this analysis on Gene Deal, and I'm subscribed to that. I watched that podcast because they did one on Cat Williams, they did one on Jada Pinkett Smith. They could tell like when a lot of these people are lying by their body language, facial expression, hand, etc. They're
yeah.
experts, and it's four men. They did it on Gene Deal when he did the interview with another podcaster talking about Diddy, and I've never seen them get so 100% close to saying that this man is telling the truth. When he even talked about hearing about the incident with the Usher situation, they was like,
Uh,
even though he said he heard it through people in the industry, He said he says he's telling the truth. He literally had to have heard this from somebody that was close and around and still working for Bad Boy at the time that knew that it happened. And if you name a hospital, and all you got to do is go back to how old and what year was that when Usher would have been 13 and 14 years old. There has to be hospital records, especially when children are underage. So again, my question is, if there was an incident, right, with an underage child, the hospital, first of all, is obligated to contact CPS.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Right?
true.
So let's think about that now. So now you got somebody in Diddy's position. This never ever came out to mainstream, right? Only the people close within that circle knew this and was circling it around with each other. Why is it that there was never any charges pressed
But
against Diddy? You know why? It's because he obviously had to pay a lot of people off even back then, including Usher's mother.
Right.
I think
but you know, there's also something called revenge porn. So
Kyle, wait, hold on. Rhonda wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just chiming in off of what she said about even his mother being notified. You're right. She would have had to be notified, and he would have had to pay her off. His mother, she was aware of that. She was absolutely aware of that.
Absolutely. She came and got Usher, and the reason why Usher was one of the most biggest mega stars that come out of that camp is because of the deal, obviously, that his mother had to have with Diddy. And there had to be a large settlement, and you better make my son a star, and you gotta sign this NDA to never talk about it.
Wow.
And
yeah,
now
but
it is
there's something also called revenge porn. So like I watched how they sting people
Can't
and
say that word now.
okay,
Be more
we'll call it RP. You know, it's an actual charge. So the videos he has against Cassie, the government, they can entrap him too. So if someone was to like blackmail her about those videos or something like that, she can say, "Oh, I got the money. I'll meet you here at this location," and that's when the government goes in and catches those people who make those like blackmail videos. So I didn't know that they could do that, but I found out about that recently, and we'll see how everything shows up with Cassie with that, because it's like, because isn't it illegal in California as well?
Yes, and the thing about it is, leaked video had been out on Cassie for years in the industry. It was passed around to people like 50 Cent and a lot of these people in the game. Everybody knew that Diddy was dropping, leaking videos of the escapades, that Diddy, I'm sorry, that Cassie was involved in. 50 Cent told the story about how when he got to him and he saw it and he like called Puffy up and was like, "Yo, this your girl, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's my girl." Well, yo, man, I'm looking at this, that, and the other. And Diddy was like, "Well, where you get it from?" And he was like, "Well, it's being passed around." But who do you think would have the power to even leak the S tape? If it's not somebody that was involved in the S, right? So it's like, and listen, I remember when Stevie J and Eve was together. I saw that S tape back in the day. These guys were leaking these S tapes. I didn't even want to see it. And I was like, oh, Jesus. I happen to be in a particular space in the entertainment industry where it got leaked and I saw the shit. I'm like, oh my God. The same way the whole R. Kelly's tape with the 14-year-old girl. These guys have been doing this crap for years, leaking their own tapes when things go wrong or go bad or go left in the relationship, or they don't care about the woman no more or whatever. It's been happening for years. It's been known that about the escapades that Cassie was involved in with Diddy and with other people, because he liked to watch too, apparently.
Got it. Hold on, Kyle. I'm going to put you on hold for 1 second. Now, OG, you just dropped a bombshell, and I'm so mad that we're not talking about it. Now, you got to run that play back again. I couldn't believe what you just said, OG. I cannot believe what you just said about Usher deal with Diddy. And hold on, wait. You said Usher mama, and Diddy deal. What? I got an audience. Did y'all hear that? Press 10 if you heard what OG said about Usher mama, and Diddy deal. Did y'all hear that? How Usher became a mega star. What? Girl, OG, can we spin a block? Can we spin a block on that story? And can you say it slow? Because you said it so fast, then you hopped on something else. And I just felt like we need to marinate on that one. That's a big one. I never heard
Absolutely.
that.
So originally Usher came out of LaFace camp, which is LA Reed and Babyface, right? And so he's young, and they's like, okay, back then in those days, they actually sent their artists to artist development camp, right? In the industry. That's what that department was called. And Diddy had one called Diddy's Flavor Camp back in the day.
OG, hold on. They don't do it today, huh? Because what camp did Cardi B go to, huh? What?
Exactly. Social media camp. Social media.
Do you think that's why they stopped it, OG? Because it was so many strange things happening with these elders and these young artists. Is that why they don't do it anymore? But go ahead.
No, I think they did it because the record label started cutting corners, and they cut that whole artist development threw it out, and then when social media come into play, it's about how many followers you got and how popular you are on social media. That's what I believe happened, honestly. But so Usher was with LaFace and Records, and then LA Reid sent Usher to Diddy's Flavor Camp for artist development. He's a young boy, 13, 14 years old. He lived with Puffy, I know, a year for sure, for a whole year. So you imagine a young kid of that age, again, seeing the things that he saw, experiencing the things that he experiencing at a young age and not knowing what's going on. Now, you got a grown man, because at that time, Puffy had to be in his 30s, I would say, during that time. You have a 13-year-old young man living with you that you're supposed to be developing as an artist, right? And then this horrific incident happened between you and this kid. And again, like I said, when a child is underage and gets sent to the hospital for anything of that nature, CPS by law must be called. The parent must be called. So why is it coming up some 30-something years later that people never knew that this incident ever happened until Big Gene spoke about it?
Right.
About hearing about it through the industry. And then by the next thing he knew, he said, because he said he hadn't met Usher at that time. And now you got, I think Usher was 16 or 17 when his album first came out. So he goes through all of this. Obviously Diddy had to pay off probably somebody, all the workers at the hospital, somebody at CPS, and had to also pay off Usher's mother. And the deal had to be, you make my son a star, you pay me millions to keep my mouth closed, and I'll sign this NDA to never speak about it. Miss Raymond went and got her son after that, but the damage was done. Now, mind you, you take a grown Usher now, got kids of his own, married and all that. He goes on Howard Stern, and Howard Stern specifically asked him about his experience of living with Diddy and being at Puffy Flavor Camp. And he specifically asked him the question, now that you're a father, would you have ever sent your kids to Diddy's Flavor Camp? And he said, hell no. But guess what you did, Usher? You sent Justin Bieber, who was your protege, and you were his mentor on your label that you discovered off of YouTube. You sent him. So you care about yours, but you didn't give a damn about somebody else's underage child.
Right.
So that's where the problem lies. When the victim becomes the victimizer, how can you, knowing what happened to you, and then you sit your ass recently, Usher, on Club Shay Shay and big up Puff, knowing what he did to you and what he did to your protege. I digress for now.
Rhonda, what you got to
Right.
say about that before I say something?
I get angry about stuff like that, mainly at the parents. I know Usher is wrong too, but when I think back to his mother, when you're notified, like she said, the hospital would have notified CPS and also his mother. At that point, his mother is wrong. There is no amount of money in the world that should have kept her silent. And she put a dollar sign on her child. Like, I just don't understand why a lot of this stuff that's going on. Again, I said this yesterday in our discussion. I blame a lot of this on the parents. Some of these people around these people are yes people, and even the parents, they're being paid to be quiet, looking the other way. And that's why this abuse has been going on for so long. And it's going to continue because people are being paid off. They are putting money before people's well-being. And that's what makes me angry, especially with Usher's mother. She's wrong. She's dead wrong for that.
Absolutely, I would agree too. I had, and you look at it as, you kind of sold your son.
Right.
You
Right.
sold your soul and your son's soul. And then your son do it to somebody else, and it just goes on and on and on. If you all look at, like he was talking about earlier, that tape with Diddy with Justin Bieber, and Justin Bieber, I want to say, was 15 in that video, 14,
Right.
15 years old, because I remember Puff saying, yeah, and on your 16th birthday you can have a car and a house. What grown man would
Right.
tell that to a 16-year-old kid, that he can have this and that at 16?
Right.
First of all, what grown man need to be doing hanging around with some teenage boys and
Yeah.
kids in general? You got your own children now. You
Right.
are a 40-some-year-old man at this point, and you hanging out with young boys. So in 2011, when one of Puff's friends went to prison, Jimmy Henchman, they offered him a profit deal to snitch on Diddy. And they specifically was asking him about underage boys and Diddy's relationship with them. And Jimmy Henchman did not snitch, obviously, because he's still in prison right to this day.
Wow. What I wonder is, at some point, if the feds have subpoenaed some people for questioning, I wonder if Justin Bieber will snitch on Usher and Diddy.
Yeah, now that's a great question, and that's a rabbit hole that I'm telling you. I could tell the way Usher's talking, he won't unless he's subpoenaed, and I think he still won't turn on Diddy. I think he's so indoctrinated and conditioned in that lifestyle.
Right.
Unfortunately, these men, they marry women and still hide behind the real thing that they really doing, behind closed doors. And I could just tell the way Usher move now that he is not. But if y'all pay attention, I don't know if y'all know, Justin Bieber fell out with Diddy and Usher. He don't want to have nothing to do with him. Because Justin was invited to perform with Usher at the Super Bowl, and he said no. They have not spoken, and I believe it has a lot to do with because of what happened to Justin Bieber. I honestly do. And if y'all watch that young man after he left Diddy's Flavor Camp himself, he never was the same. He has battled with depression.
Right.
He's battled with drugs and alcohol abuse. He's battled with so much mental stuff going on. Then he developed this face condition where his face kind of droops and paralyzes. He has dealt with so much since that. And he don't even want to be around or have anything to do with Usher or Diddy. And I believe that has a lot to do with it. But again, where was Justin Bieber's mother or parent or father or both?
Right. I just don't understand that. I really don't. Why these people are so trusting of people with their kids. But really, we know it's money. We know. It's money.
Yeah, and the fact that they want their kid to be the star. You know what I mean? They want that kid to be the superstar. Justin Bieber got he got discovered on YouTube. You know, he was making YouTube videos and he was a huge fan of Usher's. He is a hella talent. He got to finally meet Usher. And that's how all of that unfolded for him. Now Usher's grown, got his own label. He's mentoring this young man, and then he sends him over there to Diddy. Imagine that.
Yeah. Oh, that's just a big mess. It's just a big mess.
So the question is, is any of them going to be brought in at some point to talk about that or they experience? And if they do, are they going to fold and give up Diddy and tell him, yeah, he did this to me when I was underage or not? I don't know. That all of this remains to be seen. But believe you me, the government is paying attention. The feds and everybody else is paying attention to content creators like Messy and everybody else that's continuously, Nancy Grace, that's continuously staying on the neck of this whole case.
Right.
They are.
Right. And like
Because
I said, it's not going to change. You know, when people keep taking payouts, you know, that it hurts it. Like we were talking yesterday about all this corruption. Like there's corruption at every level with the judges, the prosecutors, the lawyers, these public officials taking bribes in corners, people who have been unalived. It is so difficult to really get justice because of the amount of corruption. And then to add another layer to the problem, the parents taking money, you know, to look the other way. It just makes it so difficult to really grab some of these people.
Absolutely. It was the same with the young lady in the video with R. Kelly. Her parents took money.
Right.
You know, it's crazy. Yeah, and they sell their children. They sell their children off. That's just a form of it, and shame on them. And I believe that a lot of parents was definitely at fault in the R. Kelly's case, the same way I believe a lot of with entrusting Diddy with their career.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. Absolutely.
And it does start at the top. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, I say you're right. It's more at the top because Diddy's behavior. Now, I'm not sure because Diddy, I heard it happened to him young when he was at the all boys school. That he experienced that at an all boys school. Then I heard it started happening to once he went to Uptown and worked with Andre Harrell. I heard that they were allegedly involved. Him and Russell Simmons and Andre back then were involved, and then Diddy, gets goals and he gets this big deal with Arista. Then I heard him and Clive Davis were, and the same thing that was done to him, he was doing to other people.
Right. Oh yeah, he's definitely been taught. He's been trained, and he's been abused too. I just think he's been abused on so many different levels. This man is messed up emotionally, mentally. He's got some serious issues, and I just don't understand. Again, like I'm not taking any of the blame away from him and extracting it, from him, but I just don't understand all of the people for years who have been exposed to this, like all of the people, his yes men, and then like nobody saying anything. They look the other way. The only time I heard one person mention that someone tried to intervene, there was a young lady who Puffy dated. I think her name was Gina. She's an Asian girl. She did an interview with Tasha K, and in that interview, she talked about how one time he was punching her or something, and somebody
so bad she lost her baby.
Right.
Yeah.
But somebody whoever was in that house, they kind of broke it up and said something to him. But I'm like, how he must be doing this on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
For him to be comfortable.
Yeah, he abused Misha. Justin's mother. He abused Kim Porter. Of course, every woman he was with, he abused. Absolutely.
This is just, and then it makes me wonder the type of relationship he really has with his mother.
Yeah, it had to be a very tumultuous one. Because when he was with Kim, I know at the time, Gene Deal was bodyguarding him, and he went upstairs and broke up a fight that they had gotten it into in the privacy of their bedroom. So of course he went up there to see if Kim was okay, and Kim had had cut Diddy with a corkscrew, and Diddy had to be rushed to the hospital. All of this is documented. Everybody know when they saw Diddy somewhere on some of the pictures, his wrist was bandaged up, and it's alleged that's what Gene Deal said his addiction to painkillers started out, is when him and Kim got into that fight, and Kim got tired of the beats, and she cut him with a corkscrew, and she cut him so bad that it touched the vein, and he had to get it taken care of, and it gave him some pain pills, and that's allegedly where he got addicted to the painkillers. From what Gene Deal was saying, that he was there during that time. So
right,
that came out of the horse's mouth. And when he told that story, they was like, yeah, this guy's very believable. You can't be that much of faking the funk of not telling the truth.
Right. And I'm curious to know, with all of this stuff, you brought up some good points. With all of these examples that you just mentioned, is KFC still on here? Because we've been trying to get
her on here, but you want me to unmute her?
Yeah, because after all of this talk, I'm wondering, is she at least a little bit more convinced that
okay, we're curious.
Yeah.
All right, KFC, hey girl. KFC, hey
baby.
Later
about this, Gigi. I'm gonna get on you about this later. You have an opinion, but mine is always muted out.
No, it's not. Okay, KFC, how can I say it? KFC, your personality, and you are dynamite, okay? And you can take over, you can overpower. So therefore, sometimes I can just put you on the side, because if I have you on, you can tend to overpower because you're so strong. So therefore, I just have you, to come in and out as a co-host, and I appreciate you. You are very valuable. But yeah, so Rhonda has a question for you. She want to talk to you. Ahead, if that's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, KFC. How you doing today? That's good. Listen, after all of this, and I'm sorry, what's the other lady's name who was just speaking before me?
OG,
yeah, she brought us some really, really great points and examples. She mentioned about how, Puffy had been putting his hands on his baby's mother, Kim Porter, and at one point she had to defend herself. She cut him with a corkscrew, and I guess that was the beginning of him allegedly getting hooked on medicine. But we talked yesterday about all of these examples of violence, not just towards women, but in general. And you said that you believe that this was, the government or President Trump or either people trying to take down a Black man. With what she said just now, OG, do you believe that this is still President Trump or people just trying to take down a Black man?
Yes.
Oh,
I don't know that to be factual. Let me just say this. I want to say big ups to Jadakiss, who did the interview on P. Diddy situation.
Okay.
100% totally honest about him, about how everybody's lying on Diddy. And Diddy is, all the things they're saying about him is outrageous. How he's had people jealous of him for years because of his strong work ethic. How he went from rags to riches. And if you can check that interview out, she should play some of that tape. Because he used to be with the Locks.
I know. Did you say Jadakiss?
Jadakiss is the one who.
I'm not.
Jadakiss is a thieving, half a homo. Let me stop. But anyway, I know Jadakiss. He personally stole a song of a friend of mine. Is nothing you can say to me, but Jadakiss will be relevant to me. Honestly, I personally know him, and he personally stole a song of a friend of mine that's a rapper.
I get that the music business can be a cutthroat business, but that doesn't mean a person should be created into a monster.
Right, but KFC, here's the thing. Jadakiss was the main one. I don't know if you saw this video years ago. Puffy
At the radio station.
Right. Jadakiss was the main one who was threatening Puffy about bad business dealings and stealing money. He called him a thief.
Yeah, that's documented, KFC, and also the incident between Kim Porter and Puff. These are things that documented that can, be public record if the police or hospital are involved. These are things that becomes not medical records, but police, when police is called, these are things that are public document. I think you're going off of, I get it, like you saying, well, it's not known to be this or that, but it's documented. The incident with Usher, the incident with Usher and Puff, there has to be medical record of that somewhere, even though because of HIPAA laws, we can't go and look at them. But things that involve in the police, those are public record documents that you can look up for yourself and get that evidence on.
I'm so obsessed with this man all of a sudden.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Everybody's so obsessed with Diddy.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I just can't understand it. Why all of a sudden everybody's so obsessed with this man, and all of a sudden everybody knows so much about him, and he did this and this all these years and all this stuff. I mean, I don't.
Well, sweetie, I've been in the entertainment business for 30 years, and I was on the blues sector and was hearing these rumors. I was on a whole different sector and genre of music and was hearing these things. And I'm very close to a lot of people that are on the hip hop and R&B side. One of my good friends was Jewel, first female signed to Death Row Records, sweetie. I know Danny Boy, so I'm very close within the industry.
But let me ask you this. Okay, with Prince, they were saying rumors about him that he was gay and all this stuff because he wear high heels and all this stuff. But Prince was married.
Let me tell you something. My ex, like I said, I've been in the industry for 30 years. My ex worked for Paisley Park Records. If I tell you a story about Prince, it'll break your heart and change your mind, sweetie, how you feel about him. And we all love Prince. Okay? That's why Messy had me come up here. Okay? Because I be knowing what I'm talking about. I've been in the industry for 30 years.
Right.
You have dirt with any other people in the music industry that are not black.
Right, but KFC, here's the thing. There's a big difference between a rumor about somebody being gay.
You have information on any other music execs that are not black that they keep already.
Right, but let me just say this. There's a big difference between somebody saying that Prince was gay versus somebody saying that Puffy has done SA and ST and all, you know what I'm saying? Those are, I mean, one is like that Prince, that's his business, what he does in his bedroom. But when you're talking about hurting people over, a lot of people over a long period of time, allegations of unaliving people, abusing power, threatening people, and all of this crazy stuff, that is where it becomes everybody's business. There's allegations about people's kids. Yeah, this is not people targeting him. He's not being isolated or picked on in any way. This stuff is it should disturb anybody, whether you have kids or not, man or woman, rich, poor. This kind of stuff is crazy. And again, it's not just him. I know you mentioned race, but when we talk about other people in the entertainment industry, I can give you another example. Harvey Weinstein is white. And he had a whole
industry though.
I'm sorry?
He's not in the music industry.
It doesn't matter. He's still in the entertainment industry.
He's in entertainment industry. That's film, television, music, any form of the arts. It's entertainment, sweetie.
Right.
Okay, but look, do you know of any other music producer on Diddy's level that's not black that's being accused of some of the things he's being accused of?
Well, maybe he's really one of the people at the top who's doing all this crazy stuff. I mean, I'm sure there are other people who eventually let time pass. They may be exposed, but again,
absolutely, Clive Davis is one of them. But guess what? Clive Davis is a 91-year-old white man. Do you think they're getting ready to touch him at this point? He got one foot in the grave. But he actually taught Diddy. So if Diddy turned any type of state's evidence or something over on Clive, then they will send that 91-year-old white man to jail the same way that they send the 80-something-year-old black Bill Cosby to jail. But is it going to happen?
You honestly want me to believe that they let black people in this country build up so much dirt, and they're building a case on us and they let us get away with so much for so many years? That makes sense.
I believe that there is absolutely higher powers that don't look like us, that have something to do with Diddy's situation. Yes, but the thing about that is,
OJ was found not guilty, how did OJ's life turn out after that?
Wait, what?
Make a comeback after OJ Simpson was found not guilty, right? In that trial, was he ever able to make a comeback after that?
No.
Right? Okay, then. So what I'm saying with Diddy, after the first allegation came out about him, how was he still able to continue to go on and get close to being a billionaire?
Because Diddy was always buying off people. He's been buying off people, sweetie, since the college incident. Listen, where nine college students got unalived, sweetie.
I'm gonna put you on hold real quick, okay?
Okay.
All right, love you, girl. All right. So I just want to shift gears just a little bit, but I love the dialogue. I do have another caller calling from 646. You're live on the air.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Listen. It's a great conversation. But let me tell you, I want to reiterate. Sometimes the victim becomes the victimizer. They say Diddy had a lot of money. He was a miser. See, he had a chance to change his day and his game, but he wasn't wiser. Now, he took a battery to his back like he was an energizer. That means he was at the Playboy, had tunnels like the bunny. See, Diddy already said he had problems when he got more money. See, I'm going to keep talking on this phone because I ain't trying to be funny. But if you got your eyes open, your third eye, yeah, you ain't a dummy. Any questions?
That part. And I like the way you wrap that and sum that up. Yeah, no, but that's facts. I mean, and just to, continue to reiterate with what KFC is saying, she's right. Of course, listen, they will let you, and I mean people that don't look like us, let certain people like your Diddy's and your Jay-Z's get into certain kind of power. But guess what, KFC? The minute you do something they don't like, they're going to give you that ninja wake-up call. Okay? And Diddy pissed off those people at the liquor company, okay?
I don't think the people at the liquor company had anything to do with it.
They knew that they knew that he had been under investigation. So when that situation happened, when he came with them with the lawsuit for the racism and all of that, after being in business with them for so long, and honestly, I must say, the case was looking good for Diddy, but they was like, "Oh, okay, we're gonna pull out the big guns now."
Okay, hear me out. Everybody that Trump had a falling out with, what did he do to them? He destroyed them to send them a message. Rosie O'Donnell got into it with him. He called her a fat-faced pig. Her show came abruptly to an end in the air. Barbarossa, remember in the White House? He called her a female dog. How's she doing lately? You haven't heard nothing from her.
What's your point, though? What's your point in what you're trying to say as far as where Diddy's concerned?
What I'm trying to say is when Diddy went on that, you got to understand the type of people that worship Donald Trump. Some people consider him to be a god in this country. And what I'm telling you, when he had that falling out, if you read that article about how their friendship came to an end and how Diddy won on that campaign that was bash-mouthing Trump and all that, you would see that Trump is clearly going to have some retaliation towards that. When Rihanna got into it, what happened to her baby father?
KFC,
all of a sudden, the gun charges came out the air, didn't they?
Yeah. KFC is pretty much saying that Diddy went on national TV to humiliate Trump and told the world do not vote for Trump and said a whole bunch of stuff on TV. And she feels that Trump is retaliating. She feels that Trump is a very petty man and he want to get revenge on all of his enemies. If you're not on his side, he is coming for you, especially if you were cool with him and then you switch. He hate a op, just like she feels that Trump is going to destroy Mike Pence because that was his VP, and Trump feel like his VP betrayed him.
Because keep in mind, Trump was a celebrity first and then became a president. He was not a politician. He does not have the mindset of a politician.
No, he's a businessman. So you think that Trump is behind Diddy's you think Trump is behind this with Diddy?
Yes, because when Trump was getting in trouble and was facing that $430 million in New York. Mysteriously, around the same time, that warrant went out for Diddy, right out of that same court that was handling Trump's case for Diddy. And I think they try to use that as a deflection.
Got it.
Because
Well,
people
hold on.
have forgot about Trump right now.
KFC.
Nobody's talking about Trump.
KFC, if that is true, if that's true what you're saying, you better shut the hell up talking about Trump, okay? Okay? Okay. Listen, I don't want them Trump people coming for me, so please don't make me a target. You jeopardizing my life. Talking about it.
You can't tell?
Well, God damn it, KFC can't stop saying that shit because they're going to come for me, okay? And I don't want you to make me a target. And if them people get in the White House this year, we are all done for. And I don't want to be on their list, okay? So you better, hey, did he teach Diddy a damn lesson?
Okay, let me just say this real quick.
I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be. Listen,
okay.
I'm gonna be. I'm not coming for Trump
because I ain't never scared.
Well, listen, you better be scared on my goddamn platform. Don't do it here. Don't you? You better go to Dr. KFC. Go to Dr. Umar when you're talking about going against Trump. Okay. I'm struggling every goddamn day.
But look,
and I'm not about to get on the line for these niggas. I'm not about to go down for Diddy. I'm not going down for these niggas. These niggas don't give a damn about me. So no, you need to hit Dr. Umar, allow him to take that bone up. Why isn't Dr. Umar not saying nothing? How is it that you figure this out, but Dr. Umar not figuring it out, and he's quiet as a damn mouse? I haven't heard him yelling and growling shit.
They got dirt on Dr. Umar. That's why.
Well,
like how his school was embezzling.
Oh money. Wow, KFC, you really do with it. So you don't think that none of this have anything to do with Diddy's own 30 plus years of bad behavior and nefarious things that he's done? You absolutely think that it totally is all this one person that is absolutely destroying Diddy. It has nothing to do with the 30 plus years of nefarious things he's been accused of doing, have been doing, and just been paying people off for 30 something years.
I don't think he has 30 years. I don't think he has 30 years of stuff. I think it's payback because, you know, he's flamboyant. Like you said, he's been nasty to people, and I think he just said the wrong thing about the wrong person.
Well, KFC, if that is true, let's leave Trump alone.
And I just told you who I think those wrong people is, the people at the liquor company.
Now, the guy from New York, he got something to say to you, KFC.
Okay.
Listen, look, this is for everybody, though. Listen. Do you think the BFI, I don't want to say that, switch the letters around. Do you think the BFI, right, they had 30 years of all this on Diddy, right? Do you think they were just letting it go to build up a case, or do you think they were just letting people get victimized? Because they should have been said something to protect people when they, remember in 92.
60 seconds.
In 91, when Diddy gave that basketball game with him and Heavy D, and 9 people got killed. They got trampled on. Because Diddy sold too many tickets on purpose. And when the hood, remember, this is New York City in the 90s when crack epidemic was at its highest. New York had 2,200 murders every year. You feel what I'm saying? So this is the Harlem that Diddy was in. He overselling tickets. You know, the hood came out. They had stuck outside in the cold. It was freezing cold in December 28th, 91, around it. And people got trampled because the doors didn't open for the gym. They opened out instead of in. So you think that they was just letting people get killed all these years, or let Diddy do his dirt?
No unforeseen occurrence. But I don't think they have. I think they know the letters you just mentioned. I think they know they don't have nothing on him. Because when have they ever given us a break? Name one time.
As far as I know, when the investigation had started with him, like I said, it was 2011. But because his friend Jimmy Henchman didn't take the proffer deal, which he could have actually walked, which speaks volumes for me, is to possibly he was involved in something that he didn't want to get out. You know, possibly. He didn't take the proffer deal. When they were trying to say, hey, tell us about Diddy and underage boys. You know what I mean? And we'll offer you a deal. And, you know, because you got these paraphernalia charges, you know, but he didn't take the deal. And he's still in prison right to this day. So at least it's 2011. They've been investigating.
KFC, can I say something?
Can I say one more thing? That's it.
KFC, I want to let you know I love you, okay? I love you. And if Trump get back in office and he take your ass, listen, I don't know you, okay? KFC, I don't know you. Listen, I don't know you, KFC. That's all I gotta tell you. I love you now.
Okay, let me.
What you gonna say? What you gonna say, Messy? Who KFC? You talking about the restaurant? Oh yeah, I go there all the time.
No, I don't even know shit about that. All I know is Chick-fil-A. Shit, whatever he like. God damn it. I don't know nothing about no KFC. I never heard of that.
Yeah, let me ask y'all a question real quick. Let me ask y'all a question.
That's your 100th question, KFC.
No, seriously. when LeBron James was standing up for us, remember? And this is before the T-shirts Black Lives Matter, before we found out that what was the real deal with it. But in the beginning, when he was standing up for us, right? What were some of the commentators saying on the news? He need to shut up and dribble the ball. Remember that? Oh, okay then. So what is that?
Okay, so what's your point though? I mean, they've been wanting us to keep quiet forever. What is your point? I'm not understanding. What is it?
He's almost a billionaire. My point is they would let him know. They would let him know you have a place and you better stay in that place. You cannot buy your way in America out of that place. Okay.
Okay. So what make me understand what that got to do with the price of tea in China when it comes to Diddy?
She's trying to say she's trying to say that Diddy did not know his place and Jay-Z did not know his place, and they're trying to do too much in this American industry, and because of the color of their skin, then when Trump get back, they're gonna sit the black boys back down in their place. They want order, and that is what she's trying to allude to. And KFC, I'm gonna tell you once, I'm gonna tell you twice. You keep talking like that, 2025. I don't know what's gonna happen, because if you feel that this is true, then I guess you really ready to die for yours, huh? I'm not about to die for it. Okay. So but New York, yes, you is, girl, because you that type of mouth that you're talking, and if you're saying that Trump is the man that you think he is, he's gonna take that tongue out of here. He's not going to have nobody talking about him like they do about Biden, everybody. He going to shut shit down.
Okay, well, I will refrain from saying it.
You better if you want to live long, shit.
Okay, now, so I will refrain from saying it.
New York, what you got to say, sir?
For me?
Yeah, I thought you said you had a question for her.
No, man, she done put me to the loop-de-loop. But about Trump, man, she put me in the loop-de-loop.
All right.
But anyway, I just feel like oh shit. Now I just feel like with Trump, I feel like a lot of times when we hear somebody a Republican, we just automatically shut down and don't hear nothing they got to say. And I feel like even like the old saying, even a broken clock is right twice a day. So some of the stuff they be saying, you know what I mean? Like when he was like, "Oh, you ain't black if you don't vote."
Well, let's not get into politics, please. Let's not get into politics.
Oh my bad. She said Trump. My bad.
Yeah. She was just talking Trump.
Bringing up Trump
with Diddy. She was
bad.
just talking about as far as she feels that Diddy, he's being on a chopping block because he disrespected Trump in public. Diddy, he has money and he has influence, and we are at war this year because it's political war and we at war. Everything that you see, it is political pushed. It is battery packed because that is just the time that we are in. And to feel like anything differently, I think that media is doing a great job getting you to be how can I say it? not realizing what's actually going on in this year, because there's a lot going on and a lot of people are still blinded to everything that's on the board because they're so distracted with bullshit. But we ain't gonna talk about that. So that is only way how Trump got involved with this case, because of KFC, and people are curious about KFC mindset.
Okay,
so that they are enemies. Trump and Diddy, they are enemies. And that is why KFC felt like it's all this. And that is how that got into play with Trump.
Oh, yeah.
But
Trump got his own problems. He ain't worried about no Diddy.
Right, right.
Look,
I agree. Trump ain't got nothing to do with this. He got something to do with a lot of things, but this one ain't it.
Right.
Yeah,
he got bigger fish to fry.
Exactly. This ain't got nothing to do with Trump.
Right.
Like
but that is
KFC.
KFC.
He was one of the clumps.
Right, but you wanted to know what KFC stands were, right? So that is her stance. That is her belief.
Now, real quick, I'm gonna ask the question. Real quick. So do you really believe? Because I think it's probably true. When Diddy last year he tried to sue the liquor company De Leon, he tried to sue him and say they was racist and they lost profits. Do you think that's when they was like, oh, okay, we made him a billionaire and he gonna try to play us in public? You know what I mean? Let's teach this boy a let's buck break him and tie his arms and his legs and on 4 horses and slap the horses. They go opposite.
She already said, she already gave you that answer, New York. She said no. She said that Trump is behind it.
Said so many things.
She feels, you gotta listen. You gotta listen. She feels that Trump capitalized off of this situation. Do you understand that? She feels that Trump, he has his eye on the prize. She feels that Trump is powerful and he can juggle 50 balls at one time. He just don't focus on one, and he got people that works for him with all that. Well, I don't give a fuck about all that. No, I don't do that.
And that's why I said that I would have believed her if she'd have said more about the Diego, because they knew about the cases that was coming, and they absolutely used Cassie case as leverage to force Diddy to settle.
Well, she feels like they're all working in cahoots together. Okay, to take down Diddy. She feels that just like the Go-Go Power Rangers, how you not just have one Power Rangers, but you have multiple come together to take down an entity. She felt like it's just not one, it's a group. And they're all going to take down their common enemy. So that's how she feels. But thank you, New York. I'm going to let you go. KFC, stay right there. We do have San join in the building. I'm scared. Hey, San, how you doing, girl?
Hey, girl, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you. This is my other friend, y'all. What's up, San?
I'm not
hey,
gonna be. Hey, hi. Girl. I'm not gonna be controversial tonight. I'm just gonna.
Really?
No, I am. I'm not. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, right.
Where are the charges? I mean, we have to ask the real questions right now. There's a lot of speculations roaming around, but where are the charges?
They haven't got the charges, Sam, because they're building the case. They don't want him to wiggle out of here. And saying it's more people involved, and they are saying they just don't want Diddy, but they want the bigger fish. So, Sam, if you found out some information, don't you want to wait and plot, just figure out who else are involved, who else knew about it, versus you see somebody do bad and you just take them in to get more information? You have to be patient.
I understand what you're saying, but they got all the information that they needed to get when they raided his home. That's why.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Okay, well, let me just say what I want to say. They didn't charge him because of the alleged people that they found on them tapes, because he would have been charged. They trying to clear everybody else up before they get.
Did you say they didn't charge him? Who did you say they didn't charge?
They trying to clear everybody else up that is on them tapes before they charge Diddy, to make sure that everybody else on the tapes is clear.
Well, if everybody that's on these alleged tapes, if they are guilty of something, then they're going to get in trouble too if they broke the law, unless they make some type of deal. But if you know anything about how the Homeland Security, the federal government, or anybody under the federal government, FBI, or any of them people work, 9 times out of 10, they already got something on you when they come
Right.
in. They just digging deeper than the surface, sweetie. They gathering
Right.
all the witnesses. They corroborating with witnesses. They're offering deals for them to testify against Diddy. It's a deeper than what you thinking. Why they went in his home and now that he ain't been arrested? Trust me, it's coming.
Right.
It is
Mhm.
coming. And
I
their
believe
rate is, and their whoa. Their rate, honey, is 99% accurate with convictions once they indict and charge. It's coming. Trust.
And Sam,
Right.
you remember they did that to R. Kelly. They didn't arrest him just then. It took time for them to arrest R. Kelly.
Yeah, you're right. And I'm not saying that he's not gonna get arrested, but everybody else going down too. So maybe that's why they're taking so long to get everybody else.
What you
Or
smoking on?
Well,
girl.
whoever the everybody else is, we gonna see how that unfolds. Because, like I said, we know for sure that Cassie is one of the ones that was subpoenaed by them, right? Because the things she put in her lawsuit, some of those things were unlawful and criminal behavior, which gave them the right to now subpoena her. And the NDA that she signed with Diddy is null and void if and when a crime or unlawful act is committed. That is the law. So that's why she has to testify. And they probably getting her to talk even more and go more into depth about some of the things that she has accused Diddy of, as well as other people. Because I heard that it is several witnesses. So now, if there are any alleged people on these videotapes, they're going to bring these people in for questioning and say, hey, why are you on this tape in this compromising position? And what can you tell us about this? Are you willing to make a deal with us to keep you from going, to federal prison?
Right.
Why?
Right.
Why did
And that's
Let me
the
just say
that's
holding
the
it
this
big
over your
also.
head?
but the
Yeah, so
answer
it's gonna
to
be
why they in those compromising positions because they want to be. I don't really think that P. Diddy held
not
a gun to
necessarily.
nobody's head
Not
Right.
necessary. Hold
and
on,
told them to
sweetie.
do anything.
What if there's someone on a tape that they don't even know they were allegedly drugged and taped, sweetie? It could
That's
be people
alleged.
in
I mean,
those
there's a
type
lot
of
of alleged. We can go down the alleged road all we want, but at
or
the end of the day,
or
you
it could
grown.
be
You're
people that,
grown. You're
yes, I
grown.
get it. But there are also these particular people that could have been blackmailed as well, forced
Right.
to do this, because when you have something over someone and you using that as leverage, it's called blackmail, which is against
Right.
the law.
Right. That's a
So
whole
you
nother
can have
crime.
somebody in
So
right in that type of
at
thing.
the
It's
time, they
different
probably didn't
scenario.
know.
Hold on, Sam, because you cutting her off. Go ahead
I'm
on.
just saying, sweetie, it's
Yeah.
different scenarios. Now, do I think that it's people on that tape that absolutely acquiesce willingly? Yes. But guess what? Under the law, if it's any type of S crime that was committed, then they going down too, unless they turn some type of evidence over that can give them maybe some probation or some restitution or a combination of both. It's going to be different scenarios that you're going to see. I
Right.
believe personally it's a combination of all those things,
Right.
because for what Lil Rod said is he realized that he had drunk something and he woke up, all his clothes was off. Now, did he acquiesce to that, or was he drugged without his knowledge and forced into that position, and then somebody shows him a tape and say, this is what I got on you if you don't do what I want you to do?
Right.
So
Right.
it's different scenarios is all I'm saying. And then it's going to come down to they digging deeper than the surface for the S trafficking. They
Right.
digging deeper than the surface for the drug trafficking. They digging deeper than the surface of just we going in a house and confiscating some tapes and some paperwork and some pictures. It's deeper than that.
Right. And let me interject real quick. This is Triple R speaking. When I worked for AT&T in Cleveland, I was there for 7 years. And while I was employed there, I worked for the subpoena department. this is why I think a lot of people who are saying that they don't have anything, they don't understand how the government works. That's the problem. I remember when I worked for the subpoena department, law enforcement, the FBI, the DEA, they would come. They had a special task force that would work directly with AT&T and even Verizon, all the telecommunications companies. They would be extracting IP addresses for the internet, having us get phone records. We had a database we used that we worked directly with law enforcement with to try to retrieve information on people's cell phones, find addresses. This is the kind of stuff that takes time in an investigation. And I think that this is what a lot of people don't understand. They work with airlines, going back into old flights years ago, finding out who were the passengers. This is the stuff that's time consuming. And that's why sometimes you don't always see charges come right away. And like the guy Mike said yesterday, RICO charges take time. And I just think that some of whoever the young lady is that was on here, I don't think they understand how the government works. This is not local law enforcement. This is Homeland Security. The FBI, the DEA, the big boys, they do not operate like local police. They just don't. When
Right.
they come, they already got you. Right. They already got them. They got them.
Right. They like I said, they digging for more than the surface, honey. They going through phone records, emails,
Right.
text. Like it's so much that can tie into this case, especially if it's anything that's leaked to S trafficking or
Right.
or drug trafficking. It's deeper than the server. Where listen, you talking like she said, flight logs. Who was on
Right.
the plane? We need a list. What all these people was doing? Where were they going? What were they dropping off? Was it just alcohol involved at the time when he was involved with the Deleon, or was
Right.
it actually him using that as an excuse to traffic, whether it be human beings or drugs?
Right.
All right. We do have some other callers. KFC, I know you had to say something, but I'm going to put you on hold for real quick. Calling from 646. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, I enjoy your program so much. I think you guys are having an amazing conversation. I just wanted to add my little 2 cents to the convo.
Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, KFC, I think you're amazing. I respect your point of view and where you're coming from. You know, legally in a court of law, you're innocent until proven guilty. So any kind of, any kind of backlog you may have about the situation is completely understandable. And I respect your point of view. But you know what? In a perfect world, y'all, I wish this weren't true. I wish this court documents that we've seen, the allegations that we've heard of, I wish it would just go away and it wasn't true. But in a perfect world, that could happen, right? But, I feel like this whole situation that's going down with Mr. Combs is very, very unfortunate. They talk about taking down a black man and all these different types of perspectives. But in this case, I really don't feel like it's the taking down of a black man. I just really am disheartened by this because, you know what, ain't too many of us left out here. I hope they're not coming for people, but are they going to try and get Barack next?
No, they already got Barack.
They going to try and come for Barack next?
No, I already told you, didn't I? Just 646. They already came for Barack. They set him up. They had a white man come out. They said that Barack is gay. They said that Barack. Hold on, wait. They already trashed Barack name. All black. They already trashing everybody. Okay, ain't nobody safe. They said not only was Barack gay, they said that Michelle Obama is a man. They call her Michael. They said she's a transgender. Yep. That's what they said. So they already trashed Obamas. Everybody got trashed. But go ahead.
Yeah,
You kind of late
but
on that one.
even with what KFC was saying, I have to disagree with her on this point. Trump ain't got time for this right now, okay? Trump is too occupied with all of these legal cases, with his $500 million bond that he was trying to hustle up last week. I really think Diddy is at the bottom of the pool when it comes to someone like Trump and of his stature. So I really disagree. I really don't think Trump has anything to do with this. He got too many other things going on. He ain't got time for this right now.
All right. Well, I thank you so much for calling. We're going to let you go. Calling from 937. You're live on the air.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay. So what I wanted to ask was two things. One thing was, did anyone hear about some NDAs or examples of NDAs that P. Diddy requested people to sign at his parties?
Yes, I've heard of them. Mhm. Yeah.
Now, from what I'm hearing, if that is true, the only thing you can ask is, why on earth would you require people to sign that much away of their life if you're not doing anything you don't have no business doing?
Yeah, because some of those people that he had to sign NDAs, believe it or not, some of those NDAs people couldn't even, especially some of the artists, they couldn't even talk about it for like 70, 80 years. That means they be dead and gone and their kids can't talk about it, and then their kids. Who does that unless you're really hiding something, nefarious or intentional, probably unlawful or criminal? Even the artist from the making of the band, when he was the artist from Bad Boy, all of them, the ones that did sign the NDA, I heard that NDA was like they couldn't say nothing for like 70, 80 years. That's crazy to me. Which means you can't talk about me, my kids, my mama, they kids, or nothing long after they gone. Now make that make sense.
That right there, I know, has to look like a really big red flag to the feds. There's no reason to include that much in an NDA just to go party with somebody. That's not
even have a record deal with somebody, right? And then they looking at Diddy as well as, why you putting all this stuff in your mom and your kids' name? Why?
That's what career criminals do. That's what street guys, traditionally would do. They would do stuff like that. And the nature of what they're investigating and accusing him of is a assortment of stuff, and that's part of it.
Absolutely, like the publishing. Mace went off on him when Mace, was trying to buy his publishing back from him. He was like, how can anybody do anything? You got everything in your mama name or everything in Justin's name. Or, he even had one of the houses in one of the twins' name that he owned. And he's $140 million in debt with the bank. So was he really a billionaire?
Now, I want to ask one other thing. Does anybody remember several years back, because I was listening when y'all were talking about and speaking about the thing with Usher, but I want to ask y'all, do y'all remember when there was a time period when I believe it was his stepson, had an accident? And then close by to that time frame, there was some other things going on where they said someone broke into his car or something and stole laptops. And then there was some other issues. He just kept having issues back to back, like somebody was targeting him.
I remember the accident. I believe it was Justin had the accident.
I know Justin had a DUI not too long ago. Was that last year or something?
Yeah,
I know. I don't know. Yeah,
I'm talking about Usher. Didn't was that his stepson, or was that, I don't know if that was his biological son, but that was Tamika's son.
Oh,
The one that had the accident where he had the what was it called, the ski boat thing accident, or what did they call it thing?
Okay,
Yeah.
I think it was a jet ski, but that time frame,
Yes.
there was a lot of things that Usher kept experiencing that looked like somebody was targeting him. And with
Yeah.
all the things that people are saying that this man, that Diddy is supposed to be capable of, he seems like the type of person that might do things to make an example, to remind you, I can touch you if I want to. Nobody knows if a lot of those things that Usher was experiencing those years ago, who was behind that, do they?
Well, I personally don't believe that was a case where Diddy was involved with that, because, like I said, Usher has been unequivocally faithful for some reason to this man. The jet ski, again, was an accident, just like his other son, the drowning. I believe that was just accidents that just happened to him in the span of his life, like it did anyone else, because that happened in his home. And then the jet ski accident happened when they were away on a trip. So I believe that those were just freak accidents that unfortunately happened to Usher's stepson, and then his son, his biological son, as well. So that's just me personally.
right.
I really do think those were accidents. When you talking about things that are suspicious, that's involving him in possible unaliveness, and you talking about Biggie, you talking about Pac, you talking about Kim Porter, in my humble opinion.
Right. Right.
Do you think there's a possibility, because there was a lot of different things that were going on with him that he was dealing with? Do you think that at any point he could have been scared or warned not to turn on him?
Oh, absolutely. And then again, like I said, his mother was under that NDA, and if Usher probably ever would talk, it would be a problem. That NDA, she would have to forfeit that money, because if y'all remember when Usher's mother was his manager at one time, and remember he fired his mother, I believe that possibly had something to do with some kind of strain that was on him and his mother's relationship once he became, old enough to understand what his mother allowed to happen to him and how she sold out. I believe that had something to do with the strain of their relationship, because remember, she was once his manager, and he
Right.
fired his own mama. So, stuff like that, I side eye. I have, suspicions and my own, side eyeing and beliefs of suspicions of things of that nature. But I think that those are just, the accidents with the sons are just two unfortunate things that tragically happened to him in his life.
Right. And Usher appears to be really loyal for some reason. Like you said, OG, he seems to be loyal to Puffy. And I'm sure it's probably because he's done some dirt too, just like Puffy.
Yep.
Like you said, it's just, I don't
I was
think
just gonna say that.
yeah.
If you're extremely loyal like that, that's probably because you've done some dirt.
Right.
You've been involved in something. The same way you see Stevie J coming
Right.
to being so loyal to Diddy, okay? That's
Right.
because Stevie J was probably definitely more than likely at those freak offs, and then probably on a lot of tapes. Like I
Right.
said, I remember back when him and Eve was together and they S tape got leaked.
Right.
So
And that's the same thing with Charlemagne the God, the Breakfast Club. You'll never hear Charlemagne badmouth Puffy, because Charlemagne has had similar allegations lodged against him.
absolutely.
So, he's always saying, oh, well, right.
The girl named Jessica Biel. Absolutely.
So, I look at that when I hear them give their take on certain people, but other people, they go hard on other people,
Exactly. I believe that men that are caping really hard
Right.
for Diddy during these times are men that I side eye of possibly having these type of behaviors. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
gonna say it. That's personally how I feel. People that are literally caping so hard, it's either they've been involved in something with him or they have them type of behaviors themselves. Even if they don't know Diddy, it's something about the way they make excuses for men
Right.
that have these type of allegations makes me side eye them as well.
Right. Yeah.
All
Well, I
right.
will say that I just want to say one more thing, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I think there's a lot of truth in a lot of the things that several of the points that all of y'all have made, and I simply believe that looking at the overall picture, whoever he did piss off, they removed his covering, and that's just as simple as that. I don't feel like he's just squeaky clean and innocent of anything. I don't believe 100% of everything that's being said, but what I do see is that his covering has definitely been removed.
Oh, absolutely, because he's lost a lot of endorsements. He's losing a lot of friends that are, high up that, that was at his white parties and a lot of other things that like they're unfollowing him. They are not speaking up on his behalf and saying, oh, he's a stand-up. When you, like I said, when you get the people that are doing that, those are the ones you got to side eye. And the people that's not doing it is because they praying to God that they're not on some tape or some picture or in some
Right.
compromised position themselves, or that he's not going to name them at some point in time. Trust and believe.
And another thing I want to say too, real quick. I know I'm not trying to go spiritual, and I said that yesterday. Everybody has different spiritual beliefs, and that's fine. I respect that. But even the person who's not the most spiritual person in this world has to know that this is just the principle of sowing and reaping. I really believe that this is just God paying him back for the stuff that he has done over a span of time to so many people. I just believe that. I just don't understand why people refuse to accept that as a possibility. Some people really believe that this man is just targeted. And with everything that's been laid out, that we know that has been documented by bodyguards, people who were there and they witness some of these things. I just don't understand how people don't think that at some point in life, stuff does come back on you.
Absolutely.
I just believe that that's what it is.
Yeah, whether it's like you said, it's his reaping what he sowed, whether it's karma, whatever you like you said, whatever you believe in, you want to call it, energy, like whatever, the universe, like we can go on and on, right?
Right.
What people believe. Absolutely. I definitely believe that, in a sense, the chickens has come home to roost with him. All of the things that he has gotten away with, whether he's paid people off or it's got swept under the rug, phones in the closet, the ancestors, whatever you want to call, like,
Right.
yeah, it's his time. You understand, to reap what he sowed, like you said.
Right. And I mentioned this yesterday, everybody has a past. Lord knows I do. And I'm going to make that clear. I know I've done things that are wrong. And when stuff came back on me, I knew it was because of stuff that I did wrong. Like I knew. We don't always know why we go through what we go through. Things happen, for no rhyme or reason. It's just life. Life happens sometimes, but there are those times where you go through things and it's because of something you did.
Exactly.
I believe he knows why he's going through this. I really do. He knows,
Oh, he's aware, but I think, in his narcissistic mindset, I think a part of him thinks he's going to get away with it again.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
When you got that long of a history of thinking that you can get away with things and buy your way and you are above the law, because that's the mentality that he has, right? Because I can buy my way out of this or buy my way out of that or whatever. And now he sees that Lil Rod and his attorney is not playing with him because they keep dropping gems and things of that nature. And And now he's realizing that it's people that are absolutely working with, the Homeland Security as well. And because when you look at it years ago, guys, and I said this on before, years ago, women wanted to come forward or tried to come forward on Diddy, guys. Don't think this is something new. I'm talking 20 years ago. Women wanted to come forward, and even attorneys was afraid to touch their cases.
Right.
Understand that. So now you have a new law that comes out that says, hey, no matter how long ago this thing happened to you, you can file civil, even if the statute of limitations is up criminally. And then the floodgates came open. And then now you have somebody in somewhat of a celebrity position to start the floodgates. And that was Cassie. Right. And let's be real, Cassie wasn't that big of a star. We know that Cassie could not afford those attorneys that she had. She couldn't.
Right.
But because he had some celebrity status and absolutely had to have something solidified on him, because that man settled with her in less than 24 hours. Right. Are we not paying this attention?
Right. Right.
And I think that even if that meant that she had to incriminate herself in some things, she was willing to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you don't think she's in there incriminating herself again with some things to give even deeper information of things she know on that man for being with him for 10 years?
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely. And people that may be on tapes or pictures or whatever that are in compromising positions, right? Whether there was willingly or not willingly, if they can make a deal,
right,
they're gonna make that deal.
Right.
They're gonna flip that. They'd be a fool. Would you rather spend? Because listen, let's be real with the federal government. You're gonna spend 80% of that time in prison.
Right.
80.
Yeah. And they treat situations like this like D-boys. They try to get the small people to turn on the big man. So everybody who is in those tapes, if it's something that they've done that's illegal, they would probably try to subpoena them to get them to turn on him where he has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, where they really,
absolutely. They're gonna tell them, we do see you having escapade. We see you maybe doing a little powder. We see you maybe doing a little weed or doing some pill. They're gonna say, but we don't want you. Give us what you know. Give us that good stuff, and we'll let you walk.
Right.
See, that's how they make deals.
Yeah.
They want the bigger fish.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's all the time.
And it's always somebody who, here's the thing that I've discovered too, is, for his history, he probably realizes, what, I got away with this for so many times. I've always been able to pay people off, keep people quiet. And a lot of lawyers have taught him how to do this kind of stuff too. He learned from people, but there's always somebody who will not take a bribe. There's always a person who is on principle. No, I'm tired of this. This mess has got to stop. It's time for a change. Tired of you hurting our people. In some way, I believe that this is one of these times where there's going to be somebody who says, no, I'm not taking no bribe. I'm not taking no money. I cannot be bought. I'm tired of the stuff that y'all are doing to your own people. You are hurting people. And I just think that he knows that this is the time. He knows.
Especially if it's someone that he was blackmailing. Right. They're going to be relieved and ready to turn over whatever information they have because they tired of being blackmailed.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But he had. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. The one thing I heard a detective say on one of those expert shows is the very thing that he got a thrill from, which is those cameras, is going to be his demise. It's going to bring him down.
Yep. Absolutely. Because everybody that probably was in his presence at parties or whatever probably didn't. A lot of people that was there probably didn't even know they were being recorded. Mm-hmm. You understand? So and I'm going to even say this. I know people in the business that went to some Diddy parties that absolutely left the party early because they know that what was happening and what go on after that, and they didn't indulge in that. But they absolutely went to some Diddy parties.
Yeah.
And then there's some that knew what was going on. That if you wasn't gone by a certain time, that means that you were going to be cool with acquiescing to what comes after that.
Right.
That after party, the after party, right?
Right.
Everybody know that in the industry about Diddy. It was never a secret, just like it was never a secret if you were in close proximity to anybody that was in the industry that was around T.I. and Tiny. Everybody knew how they get down.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, for the most part, did. I know I did. I know somebody personally got down with T.I. and Tiny. So listen, I mean, listen, I've been in the entertainment for 30 years. I've seen some things myself. Even being in the blues genre on the other side, that still was that side that I absolutely was around the cocaina.
Right.
You could not listen. I would tour and be backstage. It's back there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the green rooms, in the dressing room, like they did it. That's what they did.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And then if you got somebody like me who never indulged and never did that crap, right? But I knew people that did. So now I'm gonna say, am I gonna call the authorities and risk my own self going to prison and other innocent people that don't do it because there's a few that do it?
Right.
Like, you know, it's this decision and its choices, right?
Yeah.
And then we would have parties too, and they were absolutely, back then they were still doing those same things. They was engaging in threesomes and engaging in the orgies, y'all. They were. You know, it was just a choice. Do you do it or do you not? But when you get to the levels of the Diddies, where now you're controlling people in their careers and things like that by holding that over them heads, that's a whole nother level. That didn't happen with me coming up in the industry. It never was that. You either engaged in the cocaina and in the parties or you didn't.
Right.
It was never nobody held nothing over your head, didn't give you that record deal or anything if you didn't indulge in that. I will say that during my era, and I was in blues, like I said, I was in the blues genre. Okay. Traveled all over the world. My cousin was a famous blues singer, right? But I know that when it came to hip hop and R&B, when that man, P. Diddy, Honeycombs, what Puff Daddy, whatever, Love, whatever name you want to give him, when people like him came in the genre and changed the game because of his lifestyle that he chose to lead, now you want to bring people in that got dreams and you want to crush their dreams because you want to force them and have them to leverage their careers because you got some videotape on them in a compromising position.
Right.
That changes the narrative, that changes the game of the way the entertainment industry started. And we 50 years into the celebration of hip hop. And honestly, look at where hip hop is. It's trash.
Right.
For the most part.
Yeah.
And R&B is almost obsolete. It's because of people like the Diddies of the world that has graped that industry with all this nefariousness.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I'm way over in the blues genre and stuff. And I was hearing this stuff 30 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
You are absolutely right. And everybody has to remember when they keep saying why it took so long for people to come forward, especially when it comes to these men. We just got to a place in recent years, everybody, where more men have felt comfortable enough and confident enough to come out and speak about things that was done to them. We've always shamed men and feeling like they can't be vulnerable and they can't express themselves. So we have to consider those things, and we have to have that understanding for one another, because that's part of the big reason why people get away with doing that stuff so long. They're afraid that nobody will believe them.
Right.
Absolutely. Well, women have been forever, but men especially don't like to talk because they get villainized. You know, they have problems, you know, struggling with their own sexuality. It's a combination of things, you know, that it goes through when it happens to men. And oh man, so you gonna tell me you just sit up there and just let somebody do that to you? It's not that simple like y'all think it is.
Right.
Not if I go to a party and then I realize I'm at a party and all of a sudden I'm getting sick and I'm dizzy and then I pass out and I wake up and it's the next day and I'm in a compromising position in the bed with men and women.
Well, I think they forget all their granddaddies laid up with men. I ain't had no choice. If they look at their ancestors, all of them was compromised.
Yeah.
But 937, I just want to say thank you so much for answering great questions. We got to let you go. We got another caller calling from 513. Are you there? 513.
Hello.
Hey, how are
Hello.
you? Yeah.
Hi. I've been listening to you guys for a long time. I admire your show.
Thank you.
Actually, this is the first time that I've tuned in with you guys, and I am at what you would call an elder. I'm a couple of years from being 70 years old. So,
Well, God bless you.
well, thank you. First of all, everything that has been said, as far as first, I just want to put the entertainment business on a flat level scale. Number one, I dated someone that was in the entertainment business and in music, and had a chance to be in the movie industry. And we did not go that route because of the same thing that we're talking about right now that you all are hosting about. And just as I said, and this person is like, I would say maybe 2 to 3 years older than me. So again, and that takes you back a while.
Yeah.
But it's sad that when, and he was a child when he went into the industry, but it's sad that, number one, us as a people, we have to look, just looking at P. Diddy and him being a black man, and we have to look at just say our nation. I'll put it like that, our nation. We are a very special people, and we have not learned yet how to admire and have that integrity about ourselves. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
Yeah. Absolutely.
On that accord, we have a lot of us, because even though it didn't happen for me personally, I have to confess to you and tell you, I was one of them parents that wanted my children to be in the same daggone industry until the children of my father told me about this. And I just prayed on this the other. I thank the Most High. I do. I thank our Creator that He did not allow this to happen in my life. That would have crushed me. You know, some parents, the greed that you can turn your face, turn your back on your child, but history repeats itself. And us as a people, we better understand, just as the woman said about spiritual, we better understand one thing, that there is truly a living God, and He is the ultimate judge.
Mm-hmm.
He's the ultimate judge.
That's right.
And it's just sad, you know, it's pitiful. And to think that, and you look at people and you say that, well, where was your integrity that you felt that this happened to me? I don't want to see this happen to nobody. We have lost our integrity for the greed of money and fame. But we better get with the picture. We better get with the program.
Right.
All
right.
Oh my goodness.
Well, I just want to say,
go ahead.
Thank you so much for calling in, and we appreciate your word. We're going to let you go right now. Calling from 718, you're live on the air.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, can y'all hear me? Wow, I've been waiting a long time. I just really wanted to say, wow, with so much going on, with the Diddy and everybody, and it's unfortunate, and a lot of people won't believe it, but this has been going on, accusations with this man for years, and everybody,
Can you speak up? The audio is kind of low.
it's kind of low. Okay, how about now? Can you hear
It's
me?
better. Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say that with so much going on, especially with the Diddy, and yes, of course, people of our color, it's hurtful to hear going through, but you just gotta get prepared and be prepared and not be transformed in this world. You get what I'm saying? Like,
The audio
people
is
down.
kind of still low. I know you've been waiting for a while, and I'm so sorry about that, but we're kind of pressed for
That's
time,
okay.
and we have echo in the
Okay.
background. We have to let you go. Calling from 510. You're alive on the air. 510. Are you there? $510. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. All right, sorry about that. And damn, I'm sorry. It's a caller that was waiting, and I made a mistake and I X you out. I apologize, caller. I do apologize. KFC, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. All right. So Rhonda, what's on your mind right now?
A couple things. One thing I wanted to say too is I really feel bad for his kids, especially his daughters. When I look at him as a father, I do believe that he is a great father. And I do believe that I think my heart goes out to his, more than anybody, his daughters, because the twin girls lost their mother. And Lord knows, I can only imagine what it would feel like not to have your mother or your father, if the father goes to jail. I really do pray. What I want to see happen for Puffy more than anything for his kids, I want to see him repent for what he knows he has done wrong, and make things right with the people who he's wrong. Now, some of these people may not be here anymore, but I just feel bad because I believe that his actions are not only hurtful to the people who he's wrong, but they're also hurtful to his daughters. And I really feel bad. So I want to pray for, I'm going to pray for his kids because I think they're going to suffer because of his actions.
Well, I'm gonna piggyback off of that. The only part I disagree with you about is
Okay.
he's not a great father.
Oh, okay.
Because if he was, narcissistic parents control their children.
Okay.
And look at the outcome of what's going on now with Justin and King. They're involved in the actions and behaviors of their father. So I absolutely don't think that he's a good father just because he got money and took them on trips and could buy them anything that they want. He controlled their lives, even when it came to Quincy.
Okay.
Right, who he adopted, right? When Quincy got into the the movie business and all of that, Diddy was in control of a lot of that, right? Yeah. So when you are a narcissist, you are a controlling person, and that's in all aspects of your life, even with your children.
Right.
So your behavior, you start to teach to your sons.
Okay.
You start to instill that in them. You understand? And yeah, it may look to us like he treated his daughters well, this and that and the other, letting them get off into the fashion. But do y'all remember all the flack they got when they were looking like they was coming off a strip pole before they was even 15 years old when he got off? Like, come on.
Right.
No, so to me, I think that Kim Porter is turning over in her grave. I really do. At the outlet, and I know Misa it got to be so angry right now because of her son with him, Justin, that it's involved in these allegations. Look at the behavior of you know what I'm saying, of the boys. Now I can't say the behavior of the girls. I just think that he had allowed them to be in positions where I think that they were too young in the moment just because they were trying to be models and things like their mom. There's nothing wrong with that, but they were absolutely, it almost looked like child corn to me. And I mean the P word. I'm
Right.
saying corn, but to me, so no, I that's the only part that I disagree with you.
But you know what, you
About
brought up
it.
great points, and I didn't think about it like that till you said something. So that is a great point. Yeah. Yeah. I just really feel bad. What I'm trying to say more than anything, it may not have come out right. You're right about what you said. He set a bad example in many ways. I just feel bad because, you know, sometimes your parents can do stuff and you end up suffering because of their actions. I really look at more than anything his daughters because they're still, you know,
Yes.
under the age. I feel bad for them. They don't have the right. And I'm surprised because his mother is there. And I just don't understand. I don't know how much of an
Well,
influence she is, but
what you talking about Diddy's mother? I think she
yeah.
had a lot to do with the reason why he's the person that he is. I
Okay.
absolutely believe that. I did study in an interview with a guy that's a narcissist, and when they are in close relations or proximity to their mother that obviously went through some trauma or whatever and treated them a certain type of way. For some reason, the males turn out to be more narcissistic. It's more related to the mother. So look at the weird relationship he has with his mother.
Okay.
And anytime you can speak about how you would actually murk your own mother, and it's my understanding that he laid hands on his mother before. And I know Gene Deal told a story about he definitely would curse her out and call all kind of in front of him. He had to check him. He told the story. I had to check him. Don't you ever talk to your mother like that in front of me.
Right. Yeah, that's
So,
terrible.
same
Yeah.
way he was abusive to women, it started with his mom.
Okay.
You know, so now you raising these boys and they following your footsteps. They show very much signs of narcissistic personality disorder, the same as their father. When you grow up privileged like they are and wealthy, you're thinking you can have anything, the world is yours, you're above the law. I look at the behavior of and the track record of the trouble that Justin got in with the DUI, the King's behavior. He act just like Diddy. All you gotta do is, if you really pay close proximity, now the girls, they pretty much act like kind of spoiled little princesses or whatever. So there may be some saving for them, right? If they get if anything happens to them and they go with Kimora, which was Kim's wishes because she was the godmother, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's a possibility, but then I got a side eye Kimora because look at her youngest daughter. She just got caught with a 65-year-old man and she's 20-something years old. Like,
Right.
listen, just because you rich and famous, it's like all of them got problems. They got issues.
Yeah. Yeah.
And her daughters, it's like mother like daughter. She was with Russell Simmons. He was picking her up from high school at 16. He was 30-something. Like, what we doing?
Right.
So
Yeah.
again, it's behavior. It's not necessarily because they wealthy and you see a lot of things that they are so blessed to have. But no, it's behavior that I pay attention to, and he's definitely not, in my eyes, a good parent.
Okay. Yeah, and I didn't think about it like that, but you're right. You make good points that my thing was just really especially the twins. Chance, her mother is still here, and the baby girl. I just felt like, you're too old to be having, he'll be 60 in a minute, and this little baby girl's what, 1 or 2, and I'm thinking, when she go to school, they're gonna be like, "Is this your grandfather?" And she's gonna say, "No, this is my father." Is he? I just think he's too old to have these. I don't know. That's not my place to say, but I just feel bad for the kid.
Look again. It goes back to his behavior and pattern with women. He like them young.
Yeah.
Younger the better. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, that's been the his MO from day one. And then starting out as young as he did, we watched before our eyes a monster become this gigantic thing, this gigantic, humongous monster in the industry.
Yeah.
right? There are a lot of people that had something to do with that happening, right?
Right.
All the people that was around him, allowing this, accepting this, like you said, and taking bribes, accepting the behavior, never calling them out with anything and all of that. Like, nobody should be that big and above the law and have that much power to control anybody's career or bag. No one.
Right. Right. And I just kind of feel like it has to stop, because if it doesn't, something drastic like this with the Homeland Security has to happen to stop it, because if not, he's going to continue to do it.
Absolutely. And this is where I think that, again, for him, I think now more than ever that the chickens have come home to roost with him. And who's going to be next? Is Jay-Z next? Because I'm hearing he is just as nefarious, if not more nefarious. So I don't know. It just sad that they had the opportunity, the Diddy's, the Jay-Z's, and all of these. Because listen, it ain't many billionaires. Maybe we got two hands of them. Maybe two hands. We can count them on two hands. The Tyler Perry's, and we got a couple more here and there that in other parts of industry, it ain't many of them left, right? But you would think that with when they get in these positions, that they would put other people in positions to follow behind them.
Right.
They're not doing this. They're trying to continue to stay on top and control people by doing nefarious things that they doing to keep them downtrodden and oppressed.
Right. And
it's
I believe that they like, I think they like being, they want to be on top. They want the power. I just think some people are obsessed with power. And
absolutely.
Yeah. Having everybody else come to them and look at them.
Yes.
We're hungry people, and they want people to worship them.
The grandiose, narcissistic, ego, personality. I'm above the law. I'm better than you. Look what I can do. I got the power and the resources and the money to do anything I want, control anything I want, including you. I can make you do whatever I want you to do if I got you in this compromising position.
Yeah.
If I got this over your head, I can control your career. I can control your bag. Hell, if you don't do what I say, I can do. All I got to do is make a phone call, and you will never work in this business again.
Right. And
that's done that to many artists.
That's another thing that you brought up that I think we should have talked about. Maybe we will another day. But the blackballing and how we do our own people, like the way we treat each other. And I listened to the songwriter Tiffany Red, and I could relate to her because in one of her videos she talked about how she wanted to help people, and she was passionate about being a songwriter, but because of what she went through, particularly with Puffy, it just made her say forget it. And that's what happened with me. I'm a songwriter, and because of my experience with Puffy, I said I'm done. I will never ever work in the music industry. And it's a shame because God gives you a gift to be a blessing to somebody, and look at the stuff that we put our own people through.
Absolutely.
I understand why we do that. When we get a little bit of money and power, we get big-headed and we try to keep our foot on the next person's neck.
Because we keep the same mentality of the ones that don't look like us did to us. We are so conditioned to do it, and then we get in the position and we do it to each other. So you're absolutely right. I didn't know that you had a personal experience with Diddy, but absolutely, he's a narcissistic, egotistic, grandiose, overt, malignant, abusive narcissist.
Yeah.
And he never wanted to see anybody get as big as him. Unfortunately, Jay-Z took another route, but you see how close they end up being, right? And they both have a reputation of blackballing people. They both do.
Yeah.
That's fact. You've heard many artists get on social media and talk about how they have blackballed them or blacklisted them in the industry.
Yeah.
That's facts.
Yeah. But I got a feeling that a lot of this stuff is going to come back.
To have that much power to control somebody where they can make a phone call or email or text and say, don't let this person work with nobody in the business. That's too much power to have.
It is. But it's definite. The tables are turning. right before our eyes. And I don't care what nobody says. He knows it. He knows why he's going through this. He does. And his other friends, his constituents, they're coming up next because of this stuff. There's just so much stuff that I know that I wish I could say. And maybe one day I will, but I know people in high places, and I told Gigi and some of the other people yesterday, I know a lot of lawyers, judges, and people in the Department of Justice. I know about some other people who are coming up next. Some of the names
Let me
you
ask
already
you this.
mentioned.
May I ask you, were you the lady up here talking about the Juicy Fruit song?
No, that wasn't me. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
No, that
This
must
was
have
a
been.
lady up here talking about the when they got sued for the Juicy Fruit song, because I know that was the original song. Juicy Fruit was written by James and Tume, and I remember back then the same way what's his name, Sting sued him for Every Breath You Take. Well, he did that without his permission after Big passed away. You know what I mean? He was
I
known for
remember
being,
that.
yeah, he was known for being the remake king. Remember when Mary came out, she remade so many other people's songs. We was wondering when she was gonna ever have her own original songs. I don't know if y'all
Right.
remember that. She was
Right.
singing everybody else's song but her own.
I
We
remember
like,
that.
"Listen." And then finally, she started getting original music. But that's how they brought Mary out. And
Yeah.
baby, let me tell you, Mary paid her dues too, baby. She did. She went through a hell of a whole lot being being I'll just say she did some things to get what she is.
Yeah.
And why do you think she struggles so much with drugs and alcohol?
Right. Yeah.
You
Yep. Because
know, and Big E told the story one day about how he went to her and said, "Hell, I done S and F my way, and why am I still broke? And everybody else rich around me,
right.
and there's so much that I done sacrificed and gave up." These are facts, you guys.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize everything that glitters is not gold. Lord knows I learned that. And some of the people who you've admired over the years because of the work savvy and ambition that they have, you end up interacting with them and discovering that they're not the people who you thought they were. And it's a shame. That's what happened. But I'm going to share a little bit. It's terrible because it's people, nobody is perfect. We all have a past, but for me,
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like the fact when people know that they have influence and money, there's a power imbalance. I don't like it when they use that to their advantage to mistreat people.
And
And
that's what Diddy and Jay-Z does. Those are the
right,
top two right now that are black billionaires that's in this industry that have destroyed so many careers. You have heard so many artists come out and do these interviews and talk about those two men.
yeah,
Do y'all
yeah,
think everybody's lying on them?
right,
Like, for real, do you think everybody is lying on them?
right,
Everybody can be lying on them about their personal experience with them. I didn't even heard 50 Cent. He had to take another route because Diddy and Irv Gotti and them was stopping him. Then you hear DMX talk about how Jay-Z tried to stop him because he won the battle with him in the tunnel in New York. It's so much, y'all. And they
oh,
have to take other routes and go other ways and get it another way because they literally tried to stop these young men from having a career because they wanted to control them. They didn't want to sign those awful 360 deals that they gave to people like Meg the Stallion in the beginning, the
right,
Cardi B's in the beginning, the so many other, even the little Kims them. And you know how much money she was making. Heck, and
right,
Biggie was writing most of her lyrics.
right. Yeah,
It's
that's
a lot. It's a lot, guys, that so many of these artists, all they wanted to do was sing or
right,
write or rap. That's all they wanted to do was their talent, and they had to pay a price like that.
right. Yeah, yeah,
It's crazy. You making people do things they don't want to do, force and compromise, and putting them in compromising position, drugging them, unlawfully without their knowledge just to get them to do things.
yeah.
Come on, just to say, if you want this record deal, how big do you want to be? Listen, I got a story myself, and it happened to me in the blues sector.
Okay.
I'm in this big meeting. Oh, how big of a blues singer you want to be? You want to be as big as BB King? We can make you as big as BB King, but guess what you got to do?
Wow.
So if you don't have the integrity to walk away,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So that's okay. I'll be a background singer. I'll tour. I'll still do studio work. I got no problem with that.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? But you know, but some people gave in to it and some people walked away. But
Right.
why do I have to be forced or threatened or blackmailed into doing it when I just have a natural gift? Why do you have to make me pay for having that natural gift that I want to share with the world?
Right. Yeah.
And
It's
that's what it came down to when it came to Diddy and Jay-Z. They're called gatekeepers.
And let me ask you a question. Do you know, because I didn't know that they were doing all of this stuff. And again, a lot of what I learned is because of interaction with Puffy and seeing how he operates. But Jaguar Wright had mentioned a lot of this. Do you know if what she seems to be telling the truth about a lot of this? Do you know, is that true? For like how she mentioned everything you just said? She said that before. Are you familiar with her?
Yeah, she was a very good friend of mine. We're no longer friends, but
Oh,
I, I'll
okay.
I'll just say this.
Okay.
I do believe some things that she said.
Okay.
Um, I've known for that some of the things that she said, and I do know that Jay-Z is behind helping destroy her career. I do know that.
Okay.
I would say yes, she's telling some truth, but it's unfortunate because what she's doing now on social media is she's overexerting and sprinkling a little truth wrapped in a whole lot of lies. So now it becomes you can't be a credible witness if you're needed to be because you're not credible anymore
Okay.
because of the other things that she's doing on social media, unfortunately. But I cannot take away the fact that she was a very talented person, right? That
Okay.
had this hella career going for herself. She was on a stage with Jay-Z many a times.
Okay.
And then something happened and I don't know, exactly what that was. She never said, but I do know he played a part in blackballing her career.
Wow. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's
So
just crazy.
when you look at her, unfortunately, she's a narcissist too, and she has mental illness, but absolutely believe she went through some trauma experiences in the industry. So I believe it's a combination of things that happened to her. But he did
Oh,
have something with her blacklisting. He did.
okay. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, this
Even
is
though we're no longer friends, I still tell the truth where the truth is.
right, right. And I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know her personally. I just happened to watch some interviews where she had made statements about they're all I don't want to say the word K. It starts with a K. You got to watch all of them. They'll try to poison you and say you're crazy and I'm like, are they doing stuff like that? And then later on, I started finding out stuff about some of these folks, and I just thought, wow, she said that. Um, but she basically was just saying about the names you named, about Puffy and Jay-Z. She was like, you got to
Hmm.
watch them, and
Yeah, that's definitely truth there. I will say that, but I mean, you could even look at Orlando Brown. He's a prime example of a young man that came in the career into the entertainment as an actor, as a kid, a child
okay,
star, right? And then
okay,
all of a sudden, he goes around the Diddy's of the world, and then he's never the same again.
okay.
And he's spoken on some things, but again, when you have a combination of that mixed with mental illness and drug abuse, it becomes convoluted because now you're sprinkling the truth wrapped in a whole lot of lies. So now you'll be considered no longer credible. If you put one of them on a witness stand, they wouldn't be a credible witness, even though I definitely believe something happened to both of them in the industry, and they both were blackballed.
Yeah, That's
When you look at a lot of the child stars, that end up having drug and alcohol problem and mental illness, Amanda Bynes, she's another one.
okay.
She was touched. Locke Voorhees, she was touched. And
Yeah.
that's been happening with them ever since the Shirley Temple days and the Natalie Wood days and the Judy Garland days. It goes way back from the Disney to the Nickelodeons to the music, all forms of the arts. And you come in the game as a youngster, oh my God, yeah, you definitely are more prone to have had something to happen to you. Look,
Yeah.
something happened to Britney Spears, y'all, when she was in Disney. Trust and believe, when she was in the Mickey Mouse Club with Justin Timberlake and Christina Aguilera, something happened to her. It's just that she became an adult and had that nervous breakdown and was never the same. But something happened to her when she was younger.
Right.
Pay attention to all the signs, because all these kids that came up in that industry that have been touched or something happened to them, all of them end up getting addicted to drugs or alcohol or both, and they all have mental issues later down the line.
Okay. Oh, this is just a lot. Yeah. And that's why I said
Puffy had this other, I'm sorry, but Puffy, I can't remember his name. He did one album. He was signed to Bad Boy. He was what's his name? Lil somebody. Young boy came to Diddy very young.
Was he from
Some,
Akron?
who?
Was he from Ohio?
I think so. That
Okay.
young man.
Yeah, because I'm from Ohio. I remember him, but I can't think of his name.
I can't think his name. I wanted his little something, but
Yeah.
something happened to him.
Yeah.
Because I remember when he signed and everything, and he did the first album, and then he had an incident where he went out into traffic, damn near butt naked.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, I mean,
Oh,
listen,
wow.
it's something happened to him, and then you didn't see him no more, and they tried to make an excuse for talking about his voice changed and he started going through having mental issues. Then next thing I know, he's on YouTube now talking about his experience, and I believe he'll never talk about that something really happened to him. He was touched when he was a little boy with Diddy, but he ended up just leaving the music business altogether, and I think he has like a double master in something. He's a professor
Right.
or something. But he's on YouTube. Yeah, his name was Little something. I
Yeah.
can't think of it. But yeah, he started young in the business with Diddy and on Bad Boy. And something happened to that child. I don't care what nobody say.
Wow. Yeah, because he was really talented. I'm from Youngstown and he's from Akron. We're only like 30 minutes apart. But I remember when he first went to Bad Boy, everybody in the area was talking about him. But yeah, he had a nervous breakdown, and I guess he tried to reach out to Faith Evans, but she didn't respond. He talked about that in an interview he did recently.
Mm-hmm. He's a grown man now. Like I said, he went to school. I know he got a master's. I want to say he got a double master's, but because he seemed to be very
Right.
intelligent
Yes.
and doing well for himself. But you just can't tell me nothing happened to him. You cannot
Right.
tell me is a young boy with so much vibrance and all of a sudden you run out in the middle of the streets and you have this mental episode and you have to leave the business altogether. Yeah, I'm like, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, something happened to that young man.
Oh boy, this is terrible.
And it was a lot of that. It was a lot of that, with these kids coming up in the industry, and it's very, very unfortunate. And I had forgotten all about him until I saw him do an interview, and now he's a grown man and he talk about his experience. But of course, he's not going to admit that something happened to him. But
Right.
everybody knows about that incident. It was, it was all over that incident that happened.
Oh boy. Yeah, Puffy. This is just a lot.
Yeah, you can't. There's nowhere in the world you can't tell me with all of that where there's not smoke, there's not fire. I'm
Right.
sorry. That's too much smoke and too many fires.
Yeah.
And he's been putting out fires for a long time, and this is one fire right now that I think that is just ignited and it's going to continue to spread until till they come and put it out. The right folk
Right.
finally put a stop.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think this is one of these things that's just not going to go away the way he thinks it is.
And pay attention to now how Jay-Z moving, being quiet. Him and Beyonce, they separating their they what you call it, their assets. They separating it.
Okay.
They canceled the last Rock Nation brunch. Jay-Z's canceled again the it's called the American Nation Tour or something like that. It's big music thing that he does every. That's been kept. Just pay attention to how he moving now. And when you see 50 Cent and he a troll, but he now he calling out Jay-Z. Jay-Z, where you at? How come you ain't speaking up for your homeboy? You mighty quiet, Jay-Z. Da da da. Everybody think Jay-Z gonna be next.
Wow. Wow. And I'm going to say this. I had mentioned this yesterday. I don't think you were on when we were talking about this, but about October of 2022, I was going through something at the time with Sean Combs, having people threatening me and harassing me. And I reached out to, because I used to have a cleaning service. And most of my clients years ago, they were judges and lawyers. And that turned out to be a blessing from God, because these were the very people, it still remain friends with them. And these were the people who helped me navigate through those difficult times with Puffy. But anyway, yes, it turned out to be a blessing. I confided in one of the judges, who in turn put me in touch with another judge. And that judge knew people at the Department of Justice. To make a long story short, I told them about people threatening me and stuff that I went through with him. And long story short, the people told me, they said, listen, you ain't gonna have to worry about any of them too much longer. And I told some of my friends and a pastor, because at the time I was so stressed out, I went to a pastor for counseling. And it was just a bad time. And I told the pastor and my friends what I was told. I said, well, I was told that I won't have to worry about them too much longer threatening me, because there's some stuff going on. There's some investigations, and there's going to be a case bigger than O.J. Simpson's. That was told to me in October of 2022. Every single thing that I was told is coming to pass.
Wow, that's wow.
Every single thing that I was told. And the pastor who I confided in and my friends, they all know, because I told them I didn't know what was going on. I happened to stumble upon information that I wasn't even looking for. I went for help, for counseling. Like, how do I, these people are harassing me and threatening me and all this crazy stuff. And I ended up finding out because I went to people who were in the judicial system, and they knew. That's why there's stuff that I know that I can't really go into, but I know what I'm talking about. Puffy has been investigated before, way before the Cassie stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Like I said, I know it started in 2011, and maybe because they couldn't get his guy to turn over, they probably just, it was on ice, but they were slowly still digging and, and looking and investigating. And it doesn't matter. People don't know how the government works. It don't matter.
Right.
If they investigate you for 20, 30, 40 years, but when they got something on you, baby, they coming.
Right. And that's what I found. That's what I found out. So that's why, when a couple years, it's been almost a couple years ago, I said, there's some other stuff going on with him that people don't even know about. And it's about stuff that has no statute of limitation. Several people. And I was told,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. It's not just famous people, because everybody's focused on Tupac and Biggie, but there's people who are not even famous who have lost their lives. They've been unalived. And so this is what I've found out in October 2022.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you, it's just it sounds familiar, just like the lady that was involved in the pow at the nightclub that he was involved in. I mean, she talked about how for years up until I think she said, what it's mid, what she said, 2015 or 2017. Just recently, she stopped being harassed. And that situation happened in what, the early 2000s or the mid 2000? I forget when that nightclub shooting happened, when when he was with J-Lo. That
Oh,
woman said, he settled with her, I think, for 1.6 or 1.8 million dollars. And he hated that because, he thinks that, he can get away with anything. And that lady said she was harassed for years. Every time she would come out, all four of her tires would be slashed. Like,
yeah.
just little stuff that for years went on with her. She said she had to buy tires like 7 different times on a
Right.
brand new BMW. Like, come on. Who
Oh, I
else would be
believe
doing
her.
something like
I
that?
believe her. But when you tell people about encounters that you've had with people like that, they don't believe it because they haven't gone through it. But when I hear stuff like what you told me this young lady said, and in I believe it because I know what I went through, and he's paying people to do it. Got people threatening you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he got people, hacking your computer. The people who are doing all of this computer hacking, it's high profile men in California.
Yeah, and one of his baby's mother, I think it's the youngest one, she definitely was a high security woman. She worked in high security tech.
Right,
So
right.
listen, I
Yeah,
don't know if people knew that, but yeah,
right.
that woman was in high tech security, okay?
Right.
And then you got the lady with the pop out situation and what she went through and
Mhm.
experienced. You got so many people, even with the Cassie situation, she put in her thing that when Kid Cudi was, I guess she was sneaking talking to him or trying to talk to him, he was liking her. Just because of that, he allegedly had somebody to blow up Kid Cudi's car. I mean, Cassie put this in her lawsuit.
Right.
So you don't think they investigating this kind of stuff? Like,
Yeah.
that is something that's unlawful and criminal
Yeah.
behavior. So
Yeah.
that's why they had to subpoena her, because they believe, hey, this woman was with him for 10 years. She probably know a whole lot more stuff.
Right. Yep.
So let's get her.
I
Let's get her and get her to talk.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody. I just think I really do wish a couple things. I wish that people knew. I think a lot of people are naive about the potential of celebrities, especially celebrity men. They don't understand the stuff that they do, how they pay people to do stuff, to do their
Yes.
dirt. And I really wish people understood more about how the feds work. And I just
Yeah.
think that people don't. And that's why there's so
They
much wrong
don't.
information circulating. People,
Exactly.
they don't know what they're talking about, and
Not at all.
yeah,
Not at all. I agree. And especially the ones that say, well, they must ain't got nothing. Why they ain't arrested him by now? y'all have no idea.
yeah,
When that arrest come and the indictment come and the charge come, then you got to go through the trial and all of that. Of course, even up until the indictment and charges, he's still considered innocent. But trust me, they're gonna get something on him.
yeah.
RICO,
Hmm.
trafficking, some kind of something. It's coming.
Yeah,
Trust and believe that that's how they move.
right.
That's how they move.
Yeah, this is just this is just some crazy times. But I really believe everything happens for a reason. I could tell you this. And Gigi, I didn't forget about you because I had told you I would email you, but we were on here until like 5 o'clock yesterday. I was so tired today. I got behind and I didn't get to email you. But I'm gonna
That's
email.
okay.
Okay, I'm gonna email you my number so that I can talk to you. But yeah, it's just been so much stuff going on with Sean Combs, and that's why I can tell people I know how he is because I went through stuff with him. And when I hear other people tell me about stuff that they went through and other people don't believe them, I will tell them, I believe you because I went through it.
Mhm.
Before when I first was approached about being a songwriter by him, I had shared this with somebody from my hometown in Youngstown. And because this lady told me, she said, a friend of hers is a producer. He worked in the music industry. He worked with, I think, Vicky Winans, Fred Hammond, and he named somebody else that he did work for. And I didn't know the
Okay.
business side of it. I'm only a writer. I don't know the business stuff about publishing and all that. But anyway,
Right.
this lady said, I want to introduce you to this man. He worked in the industry. So anyway, one day she introduced me to him, and I told him that I was going to be a songwriter, that Puffy offered me an opportunity to come work for Bad Boy. And this man told me, be careful. He said
Yeah.
that this man had threatened him one time at a studio somewhere because all he did was ask Puffy's producer for his phone number because he wanted to link up with him to work on some tracks or something for a different artist. And he said Puffy is so controlling over the people who work for him. He got
Yeah.
mad and told him, he said, I will kill you. This is my, oh, I'm sorry. I will kill you. He told
Hmm.
the guy, Dwayne, this is my producer. My producer don't work for nobody but me. So the guy from Youngstown told me, I'm just letting you know, you don't know these people. Be careful because he is a dangerous man. And I said, are you kidding me? Now, I didn't know none of this. And then later on, when I went through stuff with him, I wasn't able to go and meet up with him in Miami when he wanted me to. He got mad. And that's where the negativity came from. But anyway, after the negativity transpired, that's when I started to confide in other people about the experiences that I had with him. And other people said, yeah, you didn't know that that's how he was? And I said, no,
Hmm.
I did not
Yep.
know that this man gets mad when he doesn't get his way. And
Yeah, and unfortunately, Russell Simmons and Jay Z, it's the same way. Why do you think Russell had to flee to Bali? Because the charges he was avoiding here in America of raping his former assistant. Like,
wow.
I mean, and guess what? So now Usher gets married again. Again, like I told you, Usher marrying women to hide behind who he really wants to be and is behind closed doors. And I don't know why he's doing that.
Okay.
Um soon as they get married, guess what him and his wife go to? Valley and hang out with Russell Simmons. So you see,
Oh,
it's all y'all. Ugh. It's just all ugly. All y'all got to do is connect the dots. If you're smarter than the serpent,
right.
connect the dots. It all makes sense.
Yeah. I saw the
All
pictures
of it.
of Usher over there with Russell Simmons not too long ago.
Uh-huh. And that young lady, her name is Drew Dixon. If y'all don't believe me, look her up. She tells her story on YouTube. She did several interviews where she worked for Russell Simmons. She was just able to serve him his lawsuit papers that she had towards him because he's been avoiding her. It's at least 3 to 4 women came out and accused Russell Simmons of rape. So he's a serial rapist. And he
Oh,
fled to Bali. If you're innocent, you're gonna stay and fight to the hilt. If you're
right.
innocent, why did you
Right.
flee to a country where there's no extradition? Come on, y'all. Y'all gotta connect the dots. These men are all one and the same.
Oh boy.
And when you see the people like the Ushers, the Ray J's, the Stevie J's that hang around these men, the French Montanas, the DJ Khaled's, the Rick Ross, all these people whose allegedly names are coming up now in the freak offs and in the this and that. Connect the dots, y'all.
Right.
Connect the dots. It doesn't take a rocket science. And sometimes I know they're allegations now, but you got to also connect the dots because we're given a point of public opinion, right? A court
Right.
appointed public opinion as public taxpaying citizens, and we can do that. That's why we have these platforms to do these things and have these conversations on. But sometimes things is just a matter of connecting the dots, you guys, and believe me, the dots are being connected. And the time is running out for Mr. Cream Puff Honeycomb. That's what I call him, Cream Puff Honeycomb.
Oh boy, this is just a lot. I wonder if he is thinking about changing or if he's still thinking about trying to get back at people at this point. I really
Well,
wonder
no,
what
well,
is going to.
You remember he was trying to change. He had his image reps and people trying to change his image because he knew this was coming down the pike after the Cassie lawsuit.
Right.
Remember, that's all of a sudden he's brother love, and I'm about love, and I'm gonna give money to this school over here, and I'm gonna give $1 million to Howard. He was trying to change his image, but it was too late.
Yeah.
Way too far too late. Puffy, you promised Howard University, where you got your start from having those college parties. You promised them $1 million long time ago.
And they never got it.
No. I mean, but all of a sudden now, since Cassie's come out with that lawsuit, he's acting, oh, you got to change your image up. Remember before, after the college incident, we got to change your image. After the club shooting and J-Lo left him, we got to change your image again. Remember how many? That's why he keep changing his name. And now with this whole Cassie thing, now you're brother love, because you just about love now. After you done wreaked so much havoc and caused so much hate and disparity and nefariousness behavior and things you've done, how could you be about love? You're not about love, brother.
Wow.
You're not at all. But that was just the image that they wanted to portray for people to think that, like, for so many years, I just was like, I think this dude is a good dude until I started hearing the things that I've started hearing about him.
Yeah.
And then it's in the pudding. You got artists speaking out about you. You got other people coming out about their experience that worked around you. Come on, connect the dots.
I'm telling you, if I had not had the situation with him, I probably would have never believed it. I can understand in a way why KFC feels like, I don't know, because sometimes if you don't have a personal experience with somebody, it is difficult for you to imagine certain people doing stuff.
And she's not in it. She's not in the industry either. So she, from our perspective and experience, I get it. She's the type of person that's gonna have to believe the proof when the pudding, in the proof in the pudding, and she's gonna have to actually believe it when he's actually charged and sentenced. That's when she's gonna believe it. And maybe then again, maybe she won't. I don't know. It's just some people in the world that are like that. It's like, if you don't see me and put your finger on me, it wasn't me. That type of person. But that don't mean that you're not guilty. Listen, just like there are innocent people are in prison for things that they didn't do, there are also guilty people walking around. It just couldn't be proven that they're guilty.
Right.
But it doesn't change the fact that they're guilty.
Yeah.
It works both ways, you guys. Just unfortunate, but that's the balance in the law of power. There's a lot of innocent people in prison for things that they didn't do, but there are a lot of guilty people walking this earth for things that they're guilty of. It just couldn't be proven that they were guilty.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Oh boy, yeah, this is just, I don't know. It's just it's made me look at things differently too. I'm not impressed with people, and I don't worship celebrities, you know what I mean? But I think a lot of people do worship celebrities, and they don't really know who people really are. And so when you try to tell people stuff, they don't believe it. And it is one of the reasons that sometimes people are reluctant to speak up, because they feel like people are not going to believe me if I tell them what I went through. And it's a shame, you know?
Yeah, because everybody that has went to a Diddy party didn't go to a Diddy party to indulge in the other stuff. Like I said, there were people that knew, and they would go to the white parties and things, and they would leave at a certain time. When you talk about people that has admitted to going to Diddy parties, Uncle Luke, Lunel, even Denzel Washington have went to a white party before. But listen, people know when to leave, when they know about the other party.
Okay.
And Diddy wasn't the only one that give it. Jamie Foxx gives those type of parties. I mean, everybody knows that if you ain't out of there after a certain time, then you must be ready to acquiesce with the after party.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. It's crazy, but hopefully this will change the game, because Lord knows that the entertainment industry, especially in hip hop and R&B. It needs to be torn down and restructured and rebuilt again. We need fresh blood in there.
Right.
When you got people like your Clive Davises of the world, nothing may never happen to him. He may go ahead on and die of old age. He's 91 already, so it's just a matter of time. But yeah, he was the cream of the crop of one of the most nefarious men in the entertainment industry. We know that, and there were many more like him.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't think that Jimmy Iovine hands are clean either. He got a charge on him that he's fighting, that he
Oh, I
probably
didn't
gonna
know
have
that.
to pay. Oh yeah. So yeah, when it comes to the ones that don't look like us, yeah, their hands are not clean too. Their hands are dirty because they are the ones that gave the Diddy's and the Jay-Z's and the Russell Simmons and stuff like that their opportunity and chance. It's just so unfortunate that those monsters turned them into monsters and they victimized their own people the same way that they were victimized. It's crazy.
Right. And let me ask you, do you think that I heard a legal expert speak on the property and the assets that Puffy is trying to transfer into his kid's name? I know if it's just a D boy on the street, let's say with a D case, if he puts a house or a car in his sister or mother's name or girlfriend's name, they can still seize those assets, right? With
Oh, absolutely. The
what
government can. Yeah. It's sort of like when they come and take everything, like the IRS when you owe them. Oh yeah.
right. So even though he put the house in his daughter's name, they can still take that house from Puffy's daughter if he gets caught up with any type of
Yes. Yeah.
charges.
If it was, yes, if it's anything criminal, unlawful, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Because I'm
Yeah,
sure
because
they know he did that.
yeah. Oh yeah. They already said it. They already said that one of the houses was in one of the twins' name. So they know. And of
Okay.
course, right now, what those twins are they even 18 yet?
No, well, he has another daughter who's like 5 months older than the twins, Chance. And then the twins. So
Okay.
I don't know which daughter's name the house is in, but I know
Mhm.
that they're all the twins are like 5 months younger than Chance. I
Right.
think they're
They
in
got
a
some stuff.
senior.
Right, because he had some stuff in, I think, Justin's name, some stuff in the daughter's name, some stuff still in the mama's name or whatever. If it is caught up with anything that is unlawful or criminal, it can absolutely be seized. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's why whatever else he has and any other investments he's trying to liquidate now, because he needs cash. He needs assets and funding to help with this case. And like I said, he already is 140 million in debt to the bank for mortgages he took out on those two locations that's on Star Islands, because I think he got two properties on Star
Okay.
Island. And,
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, we talking the government, girl. We have seen the
Right.
government come in just because of taxes evasion and stars that owe taxes and they lose everything. I mean, they took everything from Red Fox.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, and either we take it or you gonna do this Fed time. Look at what happened with Wesley Snipes.
Right.
He got the Fed time. I mean, Lauryn Hill. I can go on. So anything unlawful or illegal connected to any of his assets, absolutely.
Okay.
If you've gotten it by any form of ill-gotten gains, they can seize it.
Yeah. Wow. 140 million in debt. So I'm wondering if he really is the true billionaire.
That's what I said earlier. Is he really truly a billionaire, or did they just prompt him up like to give, maybe in assets he was, but not like liquidated cash. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
tangible cash. Maybe in just total assets, that's a possibility. He's worth, or his net worth is worth $1 billion. Don't necessarily mean he's a billionaire.
Okay.
I mean, you take what happened with Kanye, when that situation happened with him and he went from how you go from billionaire status all the way down to 400 million. I think they reduced them down to, because the endorsements, and they were taking things back. See, his assets and net worth was worth that, but when he lost a lot of endorsements and things like that, now you're losing assets, so you're not worth that anymore net worth.
Okay.
And when we talk about people, I mean, even tens of thousands of people was at Kanye's concert when him and Jay-Z was into it. When he said, and I think he did that for a reason, said it before on a stage, before thousands of concert goers, of his fans. When him and he said, Jay-Z, don't send your hitters after me.
Oh, he showed.
I don't know if people remember that. When him and Jay-Z was into it, when they were trying to control him, and him and Jay-Z fell out. He said, Jay-Z, I know you got hitters. Please don't send your hitters after me. He was letting thousands of people know, if anything happened to me, look, this is who to look at. When Al B. Sure, who is a friend of mine, wrote on his Instagram, if anything happens to me, this is my attorney. He knows what to do. Why are these people dropping these breadcrumbs?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Think about
it. Yeah.
He talking about, drones flying over his house, people watching him, following him. This was Al B. Sure back, before he got sick, right? Was talking about this because he came out and spoke out on some things about his suspicion of Kim Porter's death. So listen, when these people are dropping these breadcrumbs, pay attention.
Yeah. Right.
Just like now, the heat is on Jay-Z because it's coming to light about his alleged mystery woman, Kathy White, and the suspicion surrounding her unalivement. Like, listen, people are dropping breadcrumbs.
Right.
The dots. Just pay attention because things are unfolding before our eyes.
Oh, boy. I think a news reporter had reported that she was supposed to interview with the girl, and like a day later, was it a day or a week later?
I think it was a few days later. She mysteriously died of the aneurysm, but if you look her up, cause of death, it also said trauma to the brain.
Wow.
So, and that reporter has been calling Jay-Z out for sure for being an Emmer.
Right.
A murker, okay? Or having something to do with her being murked.
Okay. Some of these guys is more treacherous than these guys in the streets. I'm telling you.
Yeah, because they connected to some people that can make stuff happen. People have disappeared. People have been blacklisted. People have been unalived. So when people drop these breadcrumbs of, hey, if anything happened to me, don't send your hitters at me, like,
right.
Here's my lawyer. He got all the information. Like, these people are literally dropping breadcrumbs for people to say, listen, this is serious. And these are powerful people that can make you disappear or make you, not be here no more.
Right.
You don't be breathing anymore. And it's a control and scare tactic. It's a fear tactic. And that's what a lot of people with power, narcissistic people with power, like Jay, I believe he's a narcissist too. I just believe he's covert, meaning he's more slick and clever and low key with it. Diddy was overt. He's just very out there with it. And Jay-Z's just covert. He's very slick and smooth and sneaky how he moves.
Right.
But I believe he's one too.
Oh boy. And they have to know that this stuff is coming back on them you can't just be unaliving people and think that, no, in some way it's coming back on them. It is.
Right. I don't know if anybody remember Free from 106 and Park. Y'all wonder why she suddenly went into exile? That's because she got pregnant by Jay-Z. And he oppressed her. She went into exile, had the child bound, made her sign an NDA, paid her off, was paying her mega bucks to keep quiet. Do people know that?
I did
No.
not know that.
And you wonder why Free from 106 Park, the beautiful black woman, disappeared and never had a career anymore.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. See, it's a lot, y'all.
So she had the baby?
Oh yeah, the baby's grown now. Like her child got to be at least 18, between 18 21 years old. But as any see again, we just think people disappear. And we don't know what the hell is going on. But yeah, yeah, yeah. She was going. She was going. She was going with Jay-Z. Had a child. About yes, yes. He's like, okay, that means you gotta go under. I'm gonna pay you off. I'm gonna take care of the baby. I'm gonna give you a monthly stipend or whatever for until I ain't gotta pay child support no more. You gonna sign this NDA, shut your mouth, and you ain't gonna have no career no more. You ain't gonna have to work no more because you're gonna have all this money. It's control. I'm telling you, it's control. She got a story, but she'll probably never tell it.
Right. Until you said her name, I had forgot all about her. And she
Yeah,
did.
most people did. Yeah. Free has a child by Jay-Z. Absolutely. Listen, Jay-Z got a lot of outside kids. Way before he had kids with Beyonce. That he never claimed. That girl that he ended up paying her off finally. Her mother has MF, but his daughter, his first child, the daughter, then the son that's claiming, I could say allegedly the son that's claiming he's Jay-Z. He's been suppressing in that boy and been dodging, taking the DNA test. Him and his attorneys and stuff been trying to get Jay-Z to listen, child, y'all. But the girl, cause she traced her DNA and it led back to Jay-Z's family roots, mother and all of that. Yeah. That happened when Jay-Z was a teenager.
Oh,
that girl looked just like
him. She does. She got the teeth, the nose, the eyes, everything.
It's alleged that he bought her a nice house, gave her a bag. You know, she cool now. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
But the boy.
But yeah, I know a lot of people didn't know about Free.
No, I didn't. I remember the show, but that's been years ago.
Yeah, 106. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's just a lot of stuff just coming
It's deep,
back.
y'all. It's very, very deep. So like I said, he's very covert, very low-key sneaky with his. It was just that Puffy was just out there. He's overt. He didn't care. He didn't care. Let the world see me be big and bodacious and grandiose and all of that. And it's unfortunate. It's a personality disorder that's very ugly that both of those men have.
I'm just like blown away at some of this stuff. This is just it's a lot. This is a lot. But the tables are turning. It is time for a change.
Absolutely. Absolutely, you guys. But yeah, this stuff is not hard to find if you like I said, I get it. I get what KFC, but I don't think KFC is just saying it off of her own beliefs and structure without doing any research and digging, because if you dig enough, you'll find it. The answers are there.
Right.
Too many people are speaking up. It's too much stuff on social media, too much stuff you can Google. It's just, a lot of stuff that was reported to the police, that's public record. It's not hard to find. And when you do connect the dots, it leads all the way back to the very people we're talking about.
Right. Oh boy. Gigi, what you think?
I think that you ladies are amazing. The conversation, it just feels like I'm just eavesdropping on a good conversation. I think it's great. I think it's what the culture needs to have to see, or hear, grown, mature Black women, intelligent, just having a conversation. I don't think that we see that a lot or enough out here. It's always a lot of, carrying on. But I think you guys did great. That's what I think about it.
Well, thank you, Nancy.
Yeah.
Well, I always enjoy coming on your platform and having these conversations with you, because I love the fact that you let us have the conversation. We discuss it and give our opinions, whether we agree or we agree to disagree. I really love you for that and respect you for that. You let people have their own opinions, and even though I disagree with KFC's perspective, I get it. I get it though, because if I was a person that wasn't in the industry and it wasn't as tangible to me, and I understand. So I'm not gonna hold it against her, but I would just ask KFC, what would she do once everything unfolds and he's found guilty of these things? What would be her perspective then?
Is she still on now?
I don't. KFC, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. OG had a question, and I just want to say before you answer, I think it's great that you guys answer OG because KFC, because I'm sure KFC is not the only person with that mindset that's just afraid to speak up. And people that have those questions in the back of their head and you answer them, it gives answers to so many people, and it allows other people to think more about just different situations. And I think some people come away from the conversation more confirming that Diddy is the monster that people claim him to be. But KFC, go ahead, please. Or OG, can you repeat what you had to say to KFC, please?
Yeah, do you remember the question, KFC, or you need me to repeat it?
You need to repeat because I done forgot.
Okay, so if it comes out, once the indictment in charge and trial and sentencing, and he's found guilty of things, what would be your perspective then? Would you change your perspective on you thinking the innocence of him or the downfall, or who has something to do with the downfall of him? What would be your perspective?
My perspective is I still can't believe, even if the evidence comes out and he's found guilty, I still, at this point in time, I would still have to question if it was still the right decision. Okay? And that's only because the criminal justice system sometimes gets it wrong. It's not 100% right.
True. Okay, so you saying so I'm asking you, if the evidence proved, there's clear evidence, there's people that were involved in things with him, testify against him, all of this evidence, concrete evidence, you still won't believe that he's guilty?
I would have to question the source of the evidence. See, it's a process you have to go through. The evidence has to be credible.
I just said to you, I just gave you credible evidence. Credible evidence is people that were there that were involved in some of the criminal activity. If they testify and turn evidence, federal evidence over on him, if there is concrete evidence connecting him to trafficking, drug trafficking, RICO, any of this nefariousness, concrete evidence connecting the dots back to him, bank statements, phone logs, all of that, concrete. Are you telling me you still won't believe he's guilty?
I can't answer that.
I think KFC, if Diddy came out here, he said, I'm guilty. You still not going to believe him, right? If Diddy said, I did it, I'm guilty.
He's going to say they forced him to do it.
Yeah, you don't feel like they're forcing him to do it.
That's a good answer.
KFC.
Right? Think about what you have. If you have evidence on him now and it's so concrete, why can't you get him on anything?
But see, this is what this whole conversation has been about tonight. We've explained to you why that they're still investigating him. We done went through this whole thing, KFC, and I cannot believe you putting us back to square one by asking that question.
You guys, I mean, y'all trying to make my opinion be your opinion. My opinion is not going to be your opinion.
No. That's not true. That's not true. I specifically asked you a question. and you answered it. And I'm okay with your answer. It's just saying it's your reasoning for taking you. Listen, when there's a difference between speculation, allegations, and concrete evidence that connects someone to a crime. That's different. I just said to you, concrete evidence that connects him to a crime. People testifying that was involved in criminal activity with him, turning evidence over on him, connecting him to the crime. I just said that to you. And then when I asked you, what would you believe? What you said was, I can't answer that. And that's literally a yes or no question. But you said I can't answer it. Is it because you can't answer it?
Framed every day with concrete evidence. What are you telling me? What do you want me to say?
God. Okay, nothing. Okay.
And they still get off for taking someone's life unjustly. I mean, I cannot give you a bottom on that.
Okay. All right, KFC. Thank you. I appreciate you answering my question. I don't mind. I let people have their mindset. You know, I mean, one thing I do not try to do is change people's minds. I specifically asked you though, but you said I can't answer that. And I think it's that you won't answer it because you know answer.
But it depends on what type of evidence. You know,
I just said concrete evidence linking him to S trafficking, right? People testifying that I was trafficked by Diddy. People testifying that I did criminal things by transporting drugs with Diddy, for Diddy, by Diddy. My name is on the call log because I was this person that worked doing this for Diddy. All of this is concrete evidence, right? It's black and white. It's not even gray. I asked you if that is found and he is found guilty based off of that concrete evidence. What would your perspective be then? And you said, I can't answer that.
I'm telling y'all, she ain't gonna change. It doesn't matter.
I'm not trying to change her. I'm trying to let her see. I'm trying to let her see the difference in her perspective because now she's saying, well, it's because people get framed every day, right? Or something to that effect. And that's cool. Like I said, I accept it, but I just think it's a little bit of gray, murky waters that she's treading when she says she couldn't answer that. When I said it's concrete evidence is concrete evidence.
Yeah, but I think if I had
it's either black or it's white. It's not gray.
If I show her a video, she's gonna probably think it's AI. If I show her pictures, she's gonna think it's AI or set up.
I was just going to say, if they find a video of Diddy actually committing a crime, would you believe it then?
It may be AI. Let me just say this. Can I just say this?
Yes, Kay.
Did the glove with OJ fit his hand? Okay.
No, and if it didn't fit, it must have quit, so he was acquitted, right?
No. I thought it was concrete.
What?
Glove that was found at the scene.
But that wasn't concrete.
So what are you telling me?
That was not. I'm telling you, it was not concrete. That's why he got off. Hello. If it was concrete, he would not have gotten off, sweetie.
Okay, but at this point in time, the way they have smeared Puffy's name, and they made sure they did that first before they collected evidence, I can't tell you if the evidence they do find on him is even going to be creditable. Because social media has taken this case and they have made it what they want it to be.
Okay, so you believe the smear campaign will damage his sentencing? Is that what you're saying?
It will. To me, it's going to make it hard for him to have a fair trial.
Okay, I can accept that answer from you.
Didn't they do it to Michael Jackson? People already felt as though he was guilty before he even got started. And I think that's going to be the same thing that's going to play out for Diddy.
Right. And we know, yes, they did do the smear campaign on Michael. And when they raided Michael, they could not find anything. And they went over his place with a fine-tooth comb. They could not find or connect him to anything. So I agree with you when it comes to the Michael Jackson case. Absolutely. But I'm talking about Diddy and his case now. So I will say I understand what you're saying about the smear campaign that the media and social media and everything has done. I agree with you on that.
Okay, but can
Go ahead.
I've been listening. I just want to ask you a question. Okay, with the New York mayor, Eric Adams, right? He's being accused of essaying, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. 93, right? And the lady's coming forward, and she's saying that it happened when he was a police officer. Okay, people have to do things on their own. But notice how she's already attaching a dollar amount to how much she wants. She wants $5 million.
Wait, what now? Say it again. I didn't hear you faded out.
Without going to trial and just letting them award you damages. Why are you seeking this amount before it even gets to trial?
Okay, so who's she suing for $5 million?
The mayor of New York. She's saying that she was SA by him back in 1993.
Okay, so is she suing just him, or is she suing, who else is she suing? Do you know who else is in the lawsuit?
She's suing him. And she filed that the same time Cassidy filed hers before that New York law was going to expire.
Okay, and the reason why she's going after him civil is because the statute of limitations is up on the actual criminal case. Do you understand that?
Oh, yeah. Reach $5 million. How do you reach $5 million?
I can't hear you.
She's seeking $5 million.
Okay, and you know why I'm gonna tell you she's seeking $5 million?
Okay.
You want me to tell you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because they go high, honey, she'll get somewhere in between. She'll never get $5 million. You always go high in a lawsuit, sweetie. Why do you think Cassie did 30 million? She might have got 20.
Credible evidence. Why not let that out and see what you're going to be awarded?
No, you don't do lawsuits like that. No, no, KFC lawsuits don't work like that, sweetie. You start high and you negotiate, and his attorneys and her attorneys meet somewhere in the middle, sweetie. That's how that go. Because other than that, you will get lowballed. Do you understand?
Okay, so yes, but listen. So what this victim is saying is that civil damage means more to her than criminal damage.
No, she's not saying that. No, she's not saying that. She's saying that the statute of limitations criminally has ran out. So I can't do anything about that, because maybe he was a person in the position and power that she wouldn't be believed, or for whatever reason, she didn't go after him criminally. So now she has no choice but to go after him civilly, sweetie. That's why.
But why not go after him criminally at the time if you're alleging that it happened? You still can get civil.
Women don't do that for different reasons. I can't answer that question, just like you couldn't answer the one I asked you. Do you understand that there are SA victims and great victims all over the world that we will never understand why they didn't come forward in the beginning? They have different reasons: fear, retaliation. It's a bunch of things, sweetie.
Okay.
So to ask that is almost like victim shaming the victim instead of the person, the actual person, the accuser that did it. You don't shame the victim and say, well, why didn't she come forward? That's neither here nor there. It's that she's come forward now to get some form of justice and restitution. And unfortunately, she have to get it civil, because criminally she can't.
But I'm saying if he was a police officer at the time when it happened, she could have gotten.
Well, that's probably why she didn't, because they really probably would believe she wouldn't be believed. He's an officer. He's a person in power. Do you understand how that works?
But he's the mayor now, so he has even more power.
But the civil law made her be able to come after him civilly.
So you're saying at the time it happened, by him being a police officer, she couldn't have sued the police department?
Yeah, she could have, but I don't know. I'm saying at the time, I don't know the situation, but I know that he was always a person in a powerful position. But I think that this new law that Cassie and other women use like her, gave them the strength and the power to go after powerful men, because now he's even in a more powerful position. And okay, I can never make you pay for it criminally what you did for me, but I can possibly make you pay for it civilly for what you did to me. I will never blame a victim for why they waited so long to come forward. I will never do that.
Well, and I'm not either. But how do we know she's telling the truth?
Well, that has to be proven in court, just like Diddy's case and any other case, sweetie.
So that's what I'm saying about Diddy. Anybody can say anything.
And you're, listen, I understand. I agreed with you on that. But I was giving you a scenario regarding concrete evidence, sweetie, and you said you couldn't answer that.
KFC.
No, because I'm saying we know
KFC.
evidence can be planted.
KFC.
We know at this point in time, people are going to lie. People are going to get paid off. And the higher ups are going to look out for themselves. And the people down below are going to get paid off, not to say anything. I don't know. It could be convoluted. I don't know.
KFC.
Yeah.
Do you believe they setting up Trump? Because you know those women were trying to say he did essay tours now.
Actually, then that's a good question, Gigi. Why did he pay the hush money if he didn't?
So you believe
people so worried about why Diddy paid Cassie? Why did Trump do the same thing?
So you
don't deflect it back on. Don't deflect it like that at KFC.
That he's guilty or innocent, Trump, for those women?
Well, I mean, this is the thing with Trump. I don't know because with the other lady that came forward. Do I think he's innocent or guilty?
Yeah. Do you think those women are trying to set Trump up?
I think the girls were lying on him.
Oh, okay.
Because they didn't want it to go to trial. I don't think Trump wanted it to go to trial.
So you think the women were lying? His victims are not, they were lying.
Well, you think all of them were lying? Do you think all of them were lying?
I only knew of two. How many has it been?
I don't know. I'm just asking you, however many they are, you think both. So if it's two, you think both of them are lying?
I think the first lady, I think that it worked out for her great because Trump started talking about her, running his mouth off, saying that she wasn't his type and all this other stuff. And that's why I think Diddy's so quiet with Cassidy, because he doesn't want to go down that same road, right? So I think that with Trump, he set himself up for that. Because he should have kept his mouth closed.
So was he guilty or not, sweetheart?
And then they say Trump said he was trying to pay his marriage. He was trying to save his marriage. That's why he was trying to pay her off to make that go away. So I don't,
KFC, who are you working for? I hear you get
tired of people in the chat saying that I'm informing on. I'm not.
Well, who is that in the background? You're getting some information. I heard a voice.
My mother. My mother was just saying something.
Okay, so I know I heard something.
No, because she looks at the show too sometimes.
Okay, well tell her I say
hey. On the news.
Hey, mom.
But it's like this. With I don't know why y'all think that's so crazy.
Let me ask you something, KFC. If there's a trace of DNA evidence, and DNA is a unique fingerprint that separates us all, is there some form of DNA evidence on Diddy that absolutely connects him to a crime? Are you going to believe it then? Are you going to say that that's possibly planted too, right?
To give up your DNA to do those ancestry traces, like to find your family members, because they saved that. And something came out that people were planning that at crime scenes.
I knew she was going to say that.
So you got to do your research on that. So just because it's that fingerprint doesn't mean.
Okay, KLC, I hear you.
Bring me on for jokes, but see, it's not really funny though.
No. Listen, I'm not like laughing like that. I'm just because I knew you were going to go there and say that. You're predictable, so I knew that's what you were going to say. And I'm not never saying that it's not true. It's just that you're predictable, because I think that there's a part of your mindset in your brain that don't want to believe something that is actually true. And even if I'm saying and I'm giving you 100% concrete evidence, DNA proof linking him to some crime or whatever, even if there's irrefutable evidence, you're still fighting that. So I think that there's a part of you deep down inside that just don't want to believe it. And I understand there's people like that are walking amongst us every day. And I'm not blaming you for that.
I don't think that. But my thing is, if they can go so hard after him, why come other people didn't get away with it and they've been doing it so much longer and they can't get them? I don't know. So you have to look at it from both sides of the coin. I look at it from both sides.
I did, and I just explained that. I said that there are innocent people in prison, right, that could possibly been framed or whatever, right, for whatever that happened, and they are totally innocent for these crimes that they've been charged. But you also have that other side of the spectrum where there are guilty people walking this earth, but because of the lack thereof of evidence, that's the only reason why they free. It's both sides of the spectrum, but I think you have a one-track sided of the spectrum when it comes to that. You only see one side of the coin.
No, I don't. I mean, it's like this. Do you trust our criminal justice system?
Oh, absolutely not. For the most part, no, absolutely not. But listen, when there is, go ahead.
Do you know they are sex trafficking in women's jails right now?
Ass trafficking.
How are they doing that? And that's sitting right underneath the authorities' noses. How are they
Listen, because there's somebody controlling that at the top and it's a systematic thing. So I get what you're saying. But also I have to look at, even though I don't believe in or have the faith in the justice system, especially when it comes to us, Black and brown people in America, I also have to have an other side of the spectrum of that, because there's times when it is what it is. And you have to believe that there are people that are absolutely guilty, and it's been proven that they're guilty. And when they have to do the time for the crime. There's both sides of the spectrums. It's not just one side. I can't say that if Diddy goes to jail, gets locked up and do time, it's because he's a Black man. I can't say that.
Right. But if
you see what I'm saying?
Diddy wasn't a celebrity, do you think they would care?
What's
then?
that? What?
What if Diddy wasn't a celebrity? Do you think they would care then?
Yeah, because he's Black. Absolutely. They still do the same thing. They do it to a poor Black man. I mean, 70% of the jail system is with our people. So hell yeah. It doesn't matter, rich, poor. If you're Black, sweetie, they gonna let you know that. It doesn't matter. You get that wake up call whether you wealthy or you poor. It is the system when it comes to us is definitely unjust. So absolutely, I believe he'd be getting the same fate if he was the drug kingpin. Same fate, same situation. He could be the Black El Chapo. Okay.
Why is it taking so long then?
Okay, KFC. Now we just went over there and explained how the Homeland Security and the government works. We just went through all that.
All right. Well, you know what? I just want to say I enjoy all of you guys. And KFC, any last words?
Nah, I'm just saying. I just try to open my mind up to everything.
Really?
I'm not closed-minded to a lot of stuff.
Really?
No, you are closed-minded.
No, I'm not.
You're one-sided, and that means you're closed-minded. You're not willing to be open to both sides of the spectrum, KFC. You're not. I can tell the way you're talking, and it's okay.
Let me ask you something, KFC. Is there anything wrong that you think that Puffy has done? Like, out of all of these allegations, you think that you do?
Yes.
What is that?
Yes, I do.
Do you
I think
want
wrong in the fact that they said you could take the person out the hood, but you can't take the hood out the person. I think he's guilty death by association. I think he made poor decision making in the people he decided to hang around, party with, the image that he put out about himself when he first came out. I think he's paying for all of that now. I really do.
So you're thinking because it's other people is the reason why he's guilty of something.
Well, he wasn't partying by himself.
But again, he's the only one right now that's on the chopping block. And you're saying because he was around certain other people is the reason why he's on the chopping block, basically.
I think he made poor decisions.
Are you related to Diddy? Are you related to Diddy?
No, I'm not related to Diddy.
Okay, KFC. I get you, girl. I do. May I ask your age, around your age? How old are you?
Below 30.
Okay.
But that has nothing to do with anything.
No. I just asked. It doesn't. I just asked. I was just curious because you sound young. That's all. You sound young. That's all.
Okay, let me ask you a question. With O.J. Simpson, right? How is it that this man allegedly flees a crime scene, gets back to his house, all right, packs his suitcase, goes out the door, and then leaves a bloody sock on the floor? I mean, like, make it make sense, though, on some of this stuff.
Okay, so what are you saying when you say all that? What's your point for saying how does he, what do you mean?
Somebody tried to put that sock there thinking that it was going to convict him, right? And that was supposed to be evidence. But if you did a crime, wouldn't you be looking for that? Like, you ain't going to turn around behind yourself and see that you leaving the sock on the ground.
Okay, KFC. Here's the thing with that. I don't know if that sock was planted or he left it. I have my own personal belief and opinion about that, and it might differ for yours, and I'm cool with even that. But I don't know if it was planted or if he left it, because if he was in a rush and dropped it, he absolutely could have did it by mistake. So again, or it could have been planted. It's both sides. We have to look at both sides. You only looking at one way.
Did you know that Diddy was talking about buying the NBA basketball team? Did you know that?
No, the same way I did not know that, but I knew that that Bill Cosby was talking about buying was it NBC? I think NBC. Okay. Yes, but now
KFC, why didn't Diddy learn from Bill Cosby? Why can't Diddy just stay in his lane, huh? Why he gotta be hard-headed? Why he gotta go against Trump? Why? Cause you just said he was trying to buy the NBA. You know, he don't deserve.
That's what I said.
He a thug. You know, he ain't gonna buy no NBA. He gotta sit his ass down.
Well, this is the thing.
So why didn't he learn from Bill Cosby? Huh? He thought he was a different type of nigga. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, that's why I'm agreeing with you on.
Oh, okay.
I think that he thought his money was going to buy him a table.
Well, hell. Jay-Z next then, right? Because he's doing the same path.
Yeah, because he's the part on in the NFL, right?
Nah, Jay-Z's not next.
You just said it. You just said it, KFC. You said the reason why they're coming after Diddy because he's trying to buy the NBA. He's doing things a black man should never do. He's getting ahead of himself. And Jay-Z is doing the same thing. So he will have the same fate as Bill Cosby, as Diddy. You just said it. Now you're going to change?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Well, he's going to be down. Everything that he has done horrible, criminal, is going to come up and it's going to be smeared on him, and they're going to take his ass down.
Right. I agree with that. Because the
right.
higher you trying to go up, the more they try to pull you back down. So I do agree with that.
But nobody is doing that to Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is a billionaire.
Look at Martin Lawrence. Look at Martin Lawrence. He was at the top of his career. Remember that? Then all of a sudden they started showing him walking down the street with that gun and all that stuff, saying he would have a mental breakdown. Man, they do a lot to a whole lot of people.
He
But
did have a mental breakdown. Don't you see what state he's in now when he came up and did the award thing and accept the award or whatever? Did you see that he looked like someone that had come out of a stroke or something? So something is wrong with him.
But KFC, your sons gotta be above reproach. They can't get away with crimes like everybody else do, okay? So you gotta teach your sons to stay on the right and narrow. They can't do what the white men do. They can't do the criminals. They can't mess with underage. They can't do none of that, okay? They gotta be right. Because everything they have done, they're going to wait around and they're going to allow them to do all the wrongdoings while they have recordings of it, and then they're going to take them down when they want to. Okay?
I want you to think about something.
What?
Kobe
Did you
Bryant,
just hear
when
what
that
I just
lady came
said?
forward-
KFC. Did you just acknowledge what I just said? Did you acknowledge?
Yes, I did.
What was your
acknowledged it.
say? Because it felt like I felt disrespected.
Yeah, Messy, because he just when you said that she went all into something else, she's not comprehending, because I think, again, she has a one-tracked mind, and people like that, it's hard to get them to see the other side. So when you speak on another perspective, she'll say, yeah, I get it, but then she'll go into something else. She's not really addressing the other side of it. And that's where the contradictory comes in with her.
No. Like Kobe Bryant. When that girl came forward and said that he did the same thing, remember that? And then when they found that in her clothes, it was the DNA of like 5 other guys. Okay? Like I'm saying, you got to look at if that her and her boyfriend had plotted that so they could get money out of Kobe. Like you have to look at everything with different perspectives, not just one way. That's what I'm saying.
You need to listen to yourself when you say that now, because I understood that case. I know that case would have been hard to prove of great because of what you just said, right? That's why Kobe was able to get off. So I get that part of the other side. You're not getting the part of the side we talking about. That's the contradictory part.
I said if he's guilty, he should do the time.
Who?
And those victims deserve justice, each and every one of them. I don't care.
Who are you talking about now? Are you speaking of Puffy now?
I'm talking about Diddy.
Right, I just said Puffy, same person.
Victims. I stand with the victims. That's why we have criminal laws. That's why we have a criminal justice system. However,
well, that's good. That's good to hear you say that, KFC. That's really good to hear you say that, because if they really are victims, then he should get they should get justice. So I appreciate you saying that.
Victims, real victims, not ones that want to pay out. The real victims.
Listen, KFC. If the criminal statute of limitations is up, it's nothing wrong with victims getting paid for their pain and their suffering. Because if they are true victims, KFC, they have to pay for being essayed and raped the rest of their life. That follows them the rest of their life, sweetie. And it's absolutely no money can ever take that away from them. So if they get some form of justice when it comes to civil, honey, let them get it. If they didn't get it criminally, they victims should get it civilly. Do you hear what you're saying now?
But so you want me to say yes, and you know the system is not perfect. People have used this.
No. You just said that victims shouldn't get money, shouldn't just go for money. If they can't get justice by the criminal justice system statute of limitations running out, then by all means, victims should get it civil. They should still get some form of justice, KFC. Who are we to tell a victim, oh, well, because you can't get them criminally, you shouldn't get no money out of them, girl. You should just be a victim and go on about your business and live your life. Do you know victims, SA victims? Wait a minute. Do you know SA victims suffer with so much with the after effect of being SA'd and raped in America? Do you know there's therapy? Do you know they go through PTSD? Do you know they go through depression? Do you know some of them has wanted to and have committed suicide? There is so many things that they have to deal with for the rest of their life. So for us to sit and say that victims that didn't get it criminally shouldn't get it civilly is uncivilized.
No, I said I would want the victims to get both. Because civilly doesn't address the criminal behavior, right?
Okay, KFC, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said, I don't want victims to just get money. That's what you said. And if they can't,
girl, you don't even
KFC, come on now, KFC.
I'm not going to do that because I'm not drunk. I'm saying civilly doesn't address the criminal behavior, does it? That doesn't send a message to the person who's the perpetrator.
Lord, you're right. But guess what? If I can't get you criminally because the statute of limitations are up, KFC, then I'm going to hit your pockets. Because guess what? I'm suffering. I'm still in therapy. I have issues. I need medication for my PTSD, for my depression, for my this, for my that. There is after effects that people that have been essayed and raped in America that last them the rest of their lives. Do you understand that?
It's time to change the statute of limitation in. It's time to change the statute of limitation. It should not be a year cut off then. So many years. How about that?
No, it's not just a year cutoff. It depends on the state you live in. Some have a 5-year, 7-year, or whatever. But if that whatever the state you live in, whatever the statute of limitations is for that state, and that has expired, right? But you have this loophole in New York and California with this extended 1 year that has allowed these victims to be able to come after the assailant civilly, has allowed that to happen. So we are not in a position to say to victims, you shouldn't get no money for your pain and suffering. You don't deserve it. Just because you didn't get it criminally, you shouldn't get no money civilly. That's uncivilized to even say.
But when the statute of limitation passes, right, and the person is not a celebrity that was the perpetrator, how much money do you think you will get then?
If the person is not a celebrity and they went after somebody on a civil, they still can have a right to go after whatever they own, whatever they're worth. It doesn't matter whether they're wealthy or not, sweetie. There was over 3,000 cases in the state alone. Do you think all those people were wealthy?
KFC, I'm
But
tired.
do you think all the people were telling the truth?
KFC,
Girl, you wearing me out.
I'm tired.
And I'm not even saying that all of them were telling the truth. I'm talking about the people that filed the case, KFC. I'm not saying that they all were telling the truth, but I'm saying the ones that are true victims deserve restitution. They deserve some form of recompense and justice.
KFC.
I already agree with that.
KFC, I'll talk to you tomorrow, boo.
That's not what you said, though.
Well, all right. I'm hungry. Okay. All right. I gotta on up out of here.
All right.
So, any last words, OG?
Woo, child. KFC mentally will wear you out, won't she? But God bless her. You know, God bless her.
She had help.
God bless her. God, you know, I don't know. You know, yeah, just you know, unfortunately, you know, Diddy has, at the end of the day, Diddy is to blame for the predicament that Diddy is in. No one else. Nobody else that was around him. They may have procured it and been a part of it, but at the end of the day, he's the reason why he's in the hot seat.
Right.
He's gonna have to take accountability for his actions and crimes that he committed if it be proven in the court of law. Period. That's just it.
Right.
Victim deserve justice, whether it be criminally or civilly or both. Right?
Right.
We start to blame the victim instead of the victimizers. Houston, we have a problem in America. So let's not paint that picture. Let's not paint that narrative. Do I believe that some of the laws need to be changed and extensions need to be on some criminality when it comes to these charges? Absolutely. But that's a whole nother issue about how do you fight that on a local level, on a state level. That's politics right there. That's a whole nother conversation. Right?
Right. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, whatever the fate that Puff Daddy is going to face, he going to have to dance to that music.
Right.
And that's all I got to say. I digress because KFC wore me out. Lord have mercy.
Well,
All
it was
right,
a great
Roger.
conversation. Yeah, great conversation again tonight. 2 nights in a row. I enjoyed it. Great points, everybody. KFC, you too. I see you're strong-willed,
Yeah.
very resilient, but
Very
yeah.
strong with
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
But yeah, great points. And I agree with everything OG said. I mean, I just kind of feel like, Puffy put himself in just horrible situations. And, I would love to see, I want to see the evidence come out that way, not just for KFC, but I'm sure there's a lot of other people who feel the way that she feel. That way that people can see that nobody's just attacking him, So I'm ready for the evidence to start coming out, but I don't know how long it'll take. So we'll see.
Yep, absolutely. I enjoyed the conversation as well. I hope the chat got some entertainment, some education, and everything from this conversation. Whatever your decision or faith is in this, we all gonna watch it live and in living color go down. It's more and more things happening every day with this case. And there's other things happening in the world. We might be getting ready to go into World War III. We don't know. It's what's just happening recently with Israel and Iran. So
Right.
yeah, I mean, we just gotta.
Y'all know we
Huh?
I say y'all know.
Oh yeah, because we're allies to Israel. So listen, if you got any,
America's
yeah.
gonna fall, China's gonna rise, and then after China, it's gonna be India turn. So we all gonna have a turn.
Yeah, so if you got any family members in the service, pray for them, pray for your family, stay prayed up, stay strong. Don't let a lot of things out here distract you. Keep your eyes on the prize, what really matters. Keep yourself and your family safe and protected.
Right.
And we'll just what the faith of Puffy be, no matter how long it takes. Listen, it's not going to be on our time. It's going to be when the time is right for them, not when we want it to be.
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right, Messy, I love you, and I will talk to you later.
All right.
I enjoyed it. And nice meeting you.
Have a good night, everybody.
Oh, yeah, you guys' conversation was dynamite.
It was. I really enjoyed conversating with her. What's her name? I'm sorry. Is it Rhonda?
Yes, Rhonda. Yeah, I enjoyed
Okay.
it. Yeah, likewise. And it even, there's no tension. And even if there's disagreements with the other people, nobody is mad. I've heard some crazy conversations before where people would get mad when people would disagree with them, but I don't feel that here. So this
Yeah, that's
feels
a lot.
right. Yeah.
That's a lot of that. Yeah, even even with KFC, she's a tough cookie to crack, and it's okay. But she got her opinion in this, and I respect that.
Right. So this is great energy, great people. I enjoy being a part of it. Thank you again, Gigi, OG, KFC. You guys have a blessed night, and I look forward to talking to you again soon.
The same to you guys. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night. And hold on, DJ, I see that you're here, but we're about to leave, but I'll pull you up. You guys stay right there. DJ, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Any last words you want to say? Because we were going to close it up.
Yeah, I got some words. Hey, he's Puff not found guilty or anything. Do y'all research, man. It's not fair that y'all say all that bullshit. Don't do
Okay, there we go.
Oh God, here we go. I told you, I said the mindset of men that think and talk like him, you gotta side eye. Hello.
We were just having a great moment.
Right.
You didn't do no cussing or anything. And we just got cussed out at the end.
Right.
And Messy, I want to tell you, honey, be careful because you know you may have see some of these people come up. They so angry about this whole situation, they might try to corn bomb you. And I'm saying the other word. I'm saying corn, but the P is in there.
But why? They don't even know Diddy.
It don't even matter. They don't even need a reason. Child, these folks are literally taking this so serious, like Puffy is their daddy or their brother. So. Okay.
Right. Well, I guess shit. I should have.
Yeah, just be careful. I'm telling you, it happened twice on 2 platforms I was on. So be careful. People are corn bombing people.
I don't know what that. You're gonna have to DM me. What the fuck that mean?
You know, they flashing, they showing. You know, yeah,
they showing
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, be careful of that. That's what I'm saying. 'Cause people so angry, and when you disagree with them, they'll come up here angry and specifically try to get your channel. You know, that can mess your channel up. So be careful of that.
Is this KFC brother?
That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe KFC next time can answer that question for us. Right?
All right.
Have a good night.
Guys. All right.
All right. Have a good night.
DJ, how y'all doing? Lord, let me get on out of here. I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you guys enjoy the show, press 3. And if you gonna come back, just please no cussing, no hostility. You know, just try to be respectful of everybody. We appreciate that. We want good vibes only. All right, and I'm out of here, y'all.